His name's Rhapsody, my name's Teak, and this is Rhaps and Teak Take a Peek. This week we're checking out Astronarch, described on the Steam page as a fusion of roguelikes and auto-battlers like never before seen. Recruit a party of mysterious heroes, navigate deadly lands, collect an arsenal of magical items, and vanquish a new evil threatening the realm. And there you go. You're caught up with me. That's as much as I know about the game. Excited to play. How you doing, Rhapsody?
Doing really well. It is a rainy day outside, and when I say rainy day outside, I mean torrential. I mean problematic for people who live on the ground floor. But for me,
You're glad to be on stilts.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I'm always on stilts of a kind. I'm 6'4".
In some sense, right.
I'm not drowning anytime soon. But in particular, there's always that kind of like rainy day, stay inside, play games, that kind of like idyllic vista that everyone has, or scene that everyone has in their memory from maybe youth, of like the school's been called off for a particularly bad weather day. It's time to stay in and play Spyro number 1. I kind of have that emotional memory just kicking on in my spirit at the moment. It wouldn't even be called Spyro number 1 at the time. It was just called
Spyro. Just called Spyro, but what's particularly incredible is I had to listen to it 3 times before I quit hearing Spire, which is a pretty good indication as to how brainwashed we've been in the last couple years, right? I was like, there was no Spire when I was in grade school. Spyro.
Not yet, and there's no Spire anymore. We've slain it.
It's dead.
Yesterday, assumedly. We recorded these before the letter streak.
The chronology breaking is my favorite.
All right, so for those of you who are interested in the settings menu, there's not necessarily too much in here. Show extra tooltips we will leave on for any extra information we need. There's a library that is currently empty. Let's click start though. Similar to you though, I have no experience whatsoever in this game, and I know very little about this game. In fact, I know as much as you said in the logline, and I also know that 3 different people that I've worked with in the past have recommended that I play this game.
Yep. It keeps popping up for me too. And that's honestly a pretty big litmus for these games. Is maybe litmus isn't the right word. Basically, we've got just this infinite plane and infinite GameWorks of ideas of things we want to check out, and then they need to get a push. And certainly recommendations from a trusted peer are a really strong push.
Definitely. It's why anytime I end up, picking up a game because maybe there was a GIF in the email, this is something I will readily give. GIF in the email, a moving image that shows the gameplay at the top of the email. That'll do it 100% of the time, or at least that's a good way to get in. But occasionally when I've been
to a video,
no, those never get clicked. It's weird, and I know that it would be the same if I just clicked the video, but seldom do people do that, because when you have that many to sift through, it is anything that is an obstacle in your way is enough of an obstacle, right? But when I end up with a game like that in my lap that I'm starting to play, I instantly try and find the people that I know would enjoy it in the community, and I'm like, look, this one's for you, bud. Click this start playing this game. I try and be kind of like a proselytizer, I guess, of the kind of experiences that I like that. Got a choice of a bunch of different characters here, many of them unlocked by conditions that we do not yet have. I'm not necessarily going to read all of those out, but we do have Cleric.
So what are we looking at over? This is just a tavern full of adventurers, basically?
Yes, a tavern full of adventurers. They want us to drag 3 heroes to the right and then begin on our adventure. I'll note there seem to be 8 placeable spaces, so I imagine that's demonstrating our battlefields. Maybe there are 2 battlefields. 2 parties, actually. We have access currently. Sorry?
Can we briefly turn off the double items bar thing?
Yes. Sorry. This is just because there will be items or potions that are hidden behind my body, so we've moved those slightly over. There will not be anything else in that space that we have to worry about. There is just the settings here at the moment.
Okay. Defeat the evil to unlock corruption. Oh, I see. It's like an ascension system. Okay, cool.
It's really interesting to see how many games have kind of like an Ascension, Covenant, Heat, etc. kind of system. It really feels like that is the new direction for difficulty in roguelikes.
Yeah, and I like it. It's a clever system.
Okay, so we have access to a Cleric, Paladin, Warlock, Assassin, Berserker, Wild Mage, Frostmancer, Pyromancer, Juggernaut, and Gladiator.
Oh, interesting. It's almost like the tables are kind of, in some way, like all of the mages are on one table right now.
They're very cliquey. This is like a high school table situation, kind of.
Yeah, agreed. Well, do you want to just pick 3? I mean, it's not like we know the stats yet anyway. Do you want to just... I'll pick one person, you pick one person, and then we'll engineer the right third person for the team?
Yeah, actually, I like that. I was just going to read through the stats of a character and then try and
we can still do... Yeah, totally.
Extrapolate about the others. But no, I think that is a good way. So, like, what is the flavor fit for you here?
I want the dude that has the tooth mask and the axe.
Tooth mask and the axe. These...
Bottom right.
This one? Oh, bottom right? Bottom right. This one?
all the way bottom right.
Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, so HP is 550. I'm not going to read the raw numbers because you're going to understand about as little about them as we do at the moment.
Yeah, like it's all relative, right? What if the enemies have 15 million health, right?
And they may well do. It may be an idle game, Be Still My Beating Heart. An idle game that's a roguelike and an auto-battler?
How many of my buttons can be pressed at once?
Although I will try and note the things that are going to be higher between this and other characters. So it looks like this has reasonably high speed, reasonably high attack, lower defense. Makes sense. Frenzy, your attacks and active ability. Strikes heal you for 2% max HP, which is 11 currently because they have 550 max HP. And increase your attack by 1. It's a passive ability. And Wild Strikes, which I believe will be the character's active ability. Yes, it actually says at the bottom active ability. Deals 100% of their attack damage to their target 2 times, activating your passive ability with each strike. Apply Ruin to your target, which reduces healing effects on them.
I'm interested to see if other units have passive scaling like this, because that's pretty cool. I mean, that unit straight up has, like from Loop Hero, this is basically the heroism effect from the warrior. The more hits you get in, the longer you're in this fight, the stronger you'll be. And they've got some built-in regeneration. So, okay, who do you want?
Well, that's a good question. So the Berserker is definitely going to be mostly based around dealing damage. That seems to be obvious in my mind. And when I think of kind of like a triple party, right, a triple character party for a standard RPG, the kind of balance that you typically expect, and the balance around games, or rather the tropic understanding of balance that games like this are often designed around, I'm immediately thinking, I want someone big, I want someone who takes damage, I want Paladin, tank, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Although triple damage there's so many games to where you can actually just run super aggressive damage builds to where you think you can't, but you just have never tried.
It's true. Although Paladins are a little bit... There was there was a comparison that was made a while ago to me. I actually was in a video essay, so it wasn't even directly in the conversation. But it was talking about the role of Paladins in these fantasy worlds. And it got to the end of a coda that describes everything that a Paladin does in those worlds, and then said, so basically... you have an infinite world of fantastical ideas and abilities, and you decided to become a cop. So that definitely has been something that has been kicking around in my mind a little bit. But Juggernaut here looks particularly interesting as well as a kind of like more aggressive defensive kind of character. The first time you are reduced below 50% max HP, increase your attack and defense by 20 and heal for 15% max HP, 120 over 10 seconds. Protected is a keyword here. Any effects with this keyword cannot be removed or prevented by enemies. Interesting.
You can't hex it.
Does not appear so. Okay. And Brute Force deals 200% of their attack damage and stuns the target for 3 seconds. So this also covers a little bit of like taking damage. They have, as we can see here, 800 HP compared to the Berserker's 550. So that is a pretty significant difference, although their speed is actually higher than Berserker. And then they also have some CC in the stunning.
Yeah, assuming that the speed is... Assuming that doesn't mean attack every 2.2 seconds, attack every 1.6 seconds, which is something I've seen more of lately.
It is weird, right? There are some games that do it in one way, some games that do it in the other way, and they won't explain it to you for a while.
In some games, speed is golf score, and it can be weird to have the one stat which is inversely proportional to the value. Absolutely.
So we've got a Berserker and we've got a Juggernaut, which in my mind means we might be looking for someone magical or healy, or we can do the triple damage build, try and start out with something closer to that.
They do both have some built-in regeneration, which works well. If we added a third person who also has a bit of built-in regeneration or just evasion, a la Assassin, then it might just work.
Assassin, gain hidden. Your attacks poison your target. Poison, a keyword, deal damage every 3 seconds, ignoring defense and shield. Never expires. No duration on that poison. Dealing 10% attack damage 5 for every 3 seconds. You target the back row first while in the front row. Passive ability. So you're targeting out the squishier targets of your enemy. And then Garrote, deal 150% of attack damage and silence your target. If your target is defeated whilst it is silenced from this ability, gain 40 MP. Okay. And silence itself is cannot use abilities, but it is MP drains for 3 seconds.
Well, you have and hidden says, well, you have visible allies, you cannot be targeted. So just some basic evasion. I don't know. I'd be happy to do cleric here. Ooh, what's Reaper? What's that?
Reaper. Would you like to read it?
Sure. This is the Warlock, who has more health than the Berserker, interestingly. The first time each hero is knocked out, begin healing 2% max HP every 2 seconds and gain 10 attack and defense for the rest of combat. Similar to Juggernaut, actually. For each defeated enemy, gain half this effect. Protected. Passive ability. And active ability, Soul Ripper. Deal 200% attack damage to a random enemy. Heal yourself and the weakest ally for the damage dealt. Active ability. Dude, this unit seems real strong.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah. I actually think this team just probably works.
I'm keen on it. I like their kind of thematic fit with one another as well. We haven't got any of these GD nerds over here just wearing a cloak that's the color of the element that they summon. Instead, these people are all like, you know what? I don't want you to see me coming until it's too late.
I'm wearing battle gear. It's intended to be fairly camouflaged. Greetings, heroes. The Oracle do they have kind of like is it a gem at the top there?
I believe it is a gem. Maybe in the skull, possibly. Maybe in the cloak that they're wearing.
Perhaps in the okay. Greetings, heroes. Do you know why you are here? This is the day of the Astronarch, after all.
Astronarch?
Centuries ago, it was foretold that an evil would enter the realm, and a group of hidden guardians would surface to defeat it. The guardians were said to be born of the sky, and thus became known as the Astronarch.
Who are you?
A friend. I sensed the day of the Astronarch was upon us, and traveled here to guide you. There is more to discuss, but time is fleeting. Yeah.
Let's make
time
haste.
to explain.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting. Is it starting bonuses?
Appears so.
The capital will be targeted. We will meet at the city gate. Before you go, I shall provide a blessing.
We have Temperance. All heroes increase their max HP by 10% at all times. The Emperor, defense by 15% at all times. Ace of Swords, attack by 10% at all times. And Magician, active abilities are reduced in cost by 15%, again at all times. Well, seeing as the 2% max HP, all of these characters scale with attack damage, but it seems like most people probably scale with attack damage.
Yep. They also scale with their HP, actually, interestingly, because they're doing max HP-based regeneration effects and max HP-based triggers.
That is also very true, right? So a world where a Juggernaut gets to 50% max HP, but they have a huge amount of boons to their max HP, they're still safe at 50%. They've triggered the beneficial effect of that, but they're not in ruin. That could be a good argument for Temperance.
And the healing is better. The other reason that I might actually go Temperance here is when I'm playing a new game, particularly a game to where there's going to be value in learning about different enemies' abilities, the longer that I'm alive, the better I'll do on the next run. It's a really good strategy to just kind of tank up and just watch and be like, oh, you have that move, right? So honestly, I say health or damage here.
I think that was fairly evident, actually, in the Despot's game couple episodes that we did, or rather the couple runs
That's
that we
true.
did. The first, we were tanking up heavily. We learned about abilities like that, the man plant
Like
that
the
could
boss.
just munch.
Yes, yeah, and we planned for it the second time, yeah. And then got destroyed in PvP. But we don't talk about that.
We don't have to. Temperance.
I don't
like
remember that. It's a rogue. I have already forgotten.
Okay, so this seems like a kind of like blessing or relic or artifact system up here at the top. Temperance, all heroes have their max HP increased by 10% at all times. Also, we appear to have a map in front of us. The forest. Many creatures of the forest have grown accustomed to heavily armored travelers, bypassing their defenses and slowing any attempts at healing their wounds. And we have the caves below. The caves are home to creatures who seek those strongest in health and speed and have evolved over time to combat such targets. And then finally, the ruins. The barbaric reptiles and constructs of the ruins are known to ward off intruders with their stalwart defenses and ability to use a target's own mana against them.
Interesting. I mean, I don't think it's the forest, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's the forest. Just quickly, we also have normal battles on these types. Question marks are events. Merchant. Elite battle. Okay, so this is very much a recognizable system for us.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it seems
looks like we won't be on one path the whole time, right? Is that the suggestion? Is like we pick one at each level, basically?
I believe that is the idea. I'm not entirely certain, but I kind of think the ruins might be where we want to start.
Let's do it. Yeah. We're going to end up going to them all, and we'll see just how scary they actually are. Oh, is that a how much has your party contributed thing on the left? You were clicking through it.
Yeah, and it's got damage dealt, damage taken, damage healed.
That's exactly what we wanted in last week's stream. That this is exactly the system we wanted. That's nice. Cool.
Couldn't be happy with it. This is a lizard warrior. Again, not going to necessarily read through their stats, except to note that they have particularly high attack, and that's contributing to quite high DPS on their part. Natural reflexes. Attacker take 10 piercing damage, and their defense is reduced by 1 passive ability.
Whoa.
And it also has a active ability skewer, deals 175% rather, piercing attack damage to the target and a random adjacent enemy. Adjacent refers to anyone in the same 4-tile grouping. So these are all adjacent. These are not.
Okay, so Warlock and like the Juggernaut together would make sense. And then have Berserker separated. That way they're not getting splashed as often, I guess.
I like that. And it also is showing us where they're intending to engage. So they're intending to engage the Juggernaut there. Actually, if they're intending to engage the Juggernaut there, what if we move the Warlock out so the skewer ability doesn't hit anyone else?
That's smart.
Begin the auto.
I'm realizing as I'm learning this game, I've got like perma-furrowed brow. By the end of this series, I'm gonna have like a total nest of wrinkles in the forehead. But I will have learned everything.
That's why all of those like old wizened individuals. Actually, let me quickly turn this back on so you can see that there are potions
great gamers.
Yeah, exactly. Great gamers. I was thinking that they've got kind of the wrinkles of the furrowed brow. They're not actually old. They're 35 years old. It's just they've spent a lot of time learning.
But they gaming. That's right.
So Flawless Victory has given us 3 morale, 27 gold. So Flawless is not related to not taking damage. It's related to not losing a unit.
Okay.
And we have...
that makes sense.
4 different rewards we can pick up here. Select a reward, so I'm assuming there's just one. Blade of the Fallen, plus 10 defense. At the start of combat, gain Divine for 3.5 seconds. It's unique. Divine is you are immune to all damage.
And now that we know that we can see enemies' initial intent in terms of attack, that means we don't even have to have a taunt ability. We can guarantee that we're blocking at least a hit.
Unless enemies have some sort of disengage, or when we get later on and multiple enemies are on the field and they're all targeting different targets at the start.
Well, I mean, they certainly hit everyone, right? So I don't know if it was splashing across or if they were just switching target.
Not everyone. No, they just hit the Juggernaut.
Oh, no, they just hit the... Okay.
The other effects must have been our own attacks, our own mana regenerating, those kinds of effects. We also have the Impaler, plus 10 attack. All your damage is dealt as if the enemy had 15% less... Sorry, 15 less defense, not the percentage.
So then this might actually be, for armored enemies, this might look more like 25 attack if it's a 1-to-1 system. Got it. But we'll find armored enemies. And then what's this locket?
Mana Spring Amulet, plus 50 HP, gain 20% more MP per second.
Nice.
And then the final is gold. 25 gold matches the value of the highest quality item.
Interesting.
I'm assuming the qualities
is the Blade of the Fallen.
Yeah, right? Like
Purple.
Purple seems likely higher than green, and maybe this is also purple because it is matching the highest quality item.
Smart.
Which means the Mana Spring is probably the same.
Do you want to take this armor? That's my leaning.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it for learning, right? Because the only reason I wouldn't take it is the unique keyword saying you can only equip one item with this name at a time. This name, so it's you can't put multiple Plates of the Fallen, not multiple unique items. Right. Never mind, I have no objection anymore.
Okay. So do we have to drag that onto a person now? Or...
Yes, it appears each person has 3 slots. I'm imagining it's kind of like a 3-piece suit situation. Pants, hat, shirt.
Who do we put it on? Do we put it on the Juggernaut or do we put it on the Berserker here, actually?
We can hold off on that decision, I imagine, and do it in the next area. The Juggernaut has higher stats now. The Berserker has higher stats now, and so does the Warlock. Did they level up?
Did they level up? That'd be pretty sweet.
Huh. Interesting. Morale, your fighting spirit, gold is... Okay, so we've found our kind of like losing resource. That is to lose enough morale in battles that it is all over. Interesting.
I see. Okay.
We can also see that we can only go between adjacent lines up here. So we can continue up here in the ruins, but we would have to cut through the forest to get to the caves.
I see. Okay. Okay, but we can cut through the forest with an event.
That is true.
No battle there. Okay.
Your party will give up mid-combat if your morale falls to 0. A pint-sized pulverizer. Okay. Would you like to read the effects of the roaming sentinel?
Sure. This is a roaming sentinel. Even higher attack than the previous lizard folk. We didn't pay attention to see if speed was like... Oh, it gives DPS. So actually we could reverse engineer this, right? If the DPS is 92 and the attack is 230 and the speed is 2.5, then 92, 184. Yeah, this is speed is how many seconds between attacks.
Okay.
So that's the system. This is increasingly common, I've noticed. So we've got a pretty heavy damage dealer, and they have 2 abilities. And it's always the same, right? It's a passive ability and then an active? Or can it be 2 actives?
It appears like so far that it's always passive than active.
Okay. Recycle is the passive. You gain 10% of the MP expended by enemies. Gain 1 negate. And that's a keyword that says prevents a negative effect from being applied. If applied to an enemy, prevent a positive effect instead. Okay, undo. So when we spend MP, they gain it. They're like a siphon. Got it. And then their active is Apprehension Protocol. Deal 150% attack damage to your target and stun them for 2 seconds. Active ability. Okay.
It looks like they are also going to be targeting the Juggernaut at the very start of the fight. We may not really want to change these positions. We can give the Juggernaut the Blade of the Falling, which I think we probably ought to do.
Yeah. This is the enemy punishing MP use as promised. So the active abilities, like, do we have to click to make them happen?
No, those seem to be automatically happening when the character fills their bar.
I see. Okay. So active just means it's triggered. It's not happening all the time. It's not a passive. The character has to choose to play it, but it's not active for us. Okay.
Yes, appears so. The rewards we've been offered are the Unstable Orb, plus 10 starting MP, so you are closer to casting your first spell. Plus 10 defense as well. Attackers have a 25% chance to receive a minor curse. A minor curse can be a small reduction to attack, defense, speed, or an increased ability active cost. Rod of Casting, plus 10% to your speed. Your first 10 attacks grant 3 MP. That's interesting. A character with high speed on their attacks already is probably quite keen to hold that. Symbiote, reduce the cost of your active ability by 3 each time it's used. Ooh. And then finally, Ghost Stash.
Symbiote, it's almost like you want all of these things, right? You want to take all 3. You want mana to get your ability online, and you want attack speed to build up the mana faster, assuming that those are related, and maybe they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, but who has the cheapest active ability to... Well, that's interesting, because we don't actually know how expensive the active abilities are, do we?
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Is that something that is hidden from us, or do they just cast it when they get to their full MP value?
Right, which then all of a sudden you don't want to gain... Yeah, that's funky. That's super funky. I'll try to pay closer attention to see if I can notice the MP bar moving and what exactly is going on there.
As far as I could see, I saw the MP bar fill and then the cast of the spell afterwards. It empties entirely and then doing it again, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Should we just take the symbiote for the possibility?
Sure. It seems like it could be a very breakable item, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we crossing over here?
I think so. I think it gives us the ability to start going into the caves if we'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
I love a good line of question marks there. There is a merchant as well in the forest, which we could cut down, cut to the event cave, go up here to get the merchant, and then we can try and try our first elite. Yeah.
I like that a lot. I like elites. Mushroom.
Spore Spewer. Instead of dealing damage, your attacks apply a poison for 100% attack damage every 3 seconds to your target and any adjacent, again, in the same 4, enemies. Passive ability. Miasma applies negate to all enemies. That will negate the positives that we would otherwise achieve.
This enemy does almost no damage. Like, their base damage and DPS is very low, but it's all poison. So it's just a race.
Mm-hmm. And again, they appear to be targeting the Juggernaut at the very start, the Warlock and Berserker.
I wonder if the top is just the default. Like, if the top is kind of... This is where the melees are going to go?
Mm-hmm. It seems quite likely. I imagine they're going to start introducing, maybe halfway through the act, people who are in the backline of the enemy who attack the backline.
Yeah.
Would make a lot of sense. But unless we want to throw this symbiote on someone, which maybe we could just throw it on the Berserker to see what's up. We could just start the battle.
That would be pretty cool, actually. Berserker with wild strikes going off more often. Yeah, and I'll try to watch and see what's going on with mana. So the mana is not... The mana gain is just a passive. They're not getting more mana from landing hits or anything. Cool. Which means if we want Symbiote to work, we need to take more... like percent mana gain, base mana, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Dwarven Cocktail is the new item that we got for the Flawless Victory there. Potion, all enemies take 225 piercing damage. So I imagine that's going to be collected down here in one of our potion slots. There's a little slight graphical thing going on here, but it's okay. We'll get through it together.
We won't worry about it. Yeah.
We also have the Tower Shield, plus 75 HP. At the start of combat, gain 30 Frail defense. Attackers reduce the value of this effect by 5. Moultiple Frail effects are all reduced when attacked.
Frail defense is like, it's like temporary defense.
Yes. Like temp block or temp HP or some such. Crack Cleaver, your attacks reduce your target's defense by 2. Also plus 50 HP. And then Starry Songbird, plus 15 starting MP. Your active ability increases your speed by 10%. That and the symbiote. Cool.
I'm liking this. If we were to do that and then to also get like a plus 20% mana generation and put them all on the Berserker, they would be a monster.
I think we just throw this on Berserker. These two synergize instantly.
It's happening. It's definitely happening.
Let's cut across down to the Caverns event here. Every point of defense increases your effective HP by 1%. There we go.
Okay. Effective HP, that's interesting.
Budget Merchant. Welcome, fellow plebeians.
Okay, we're plebs. All right, our options are buy a random potion, unlimited uses, lose 15 gold. Buy a random item, unlimited uses, lose 30 gold. Or upgrade a random item, unlimited uses, lose 85 gold. We don't get to see a shop. I don't know if that's always true, but that's kind of incredible, right?
Yeah, this appears to be, like, Budget Merchant, I'm imagining, is just a no-decision version of a merchant that we'll find later on.
Oh, you think it's a specific type of merchant?
Yes, because this is an event space rather than a merchant space.
Ah, okay. Do you want to buy an item?
I do want to buy an item, but I do want to note before we do that, that we're going to be ruining the perfect amount of gold. But past that, upgrading a random item tells us that there is a tier system that items can themselves transcend through, right? An item might be able to be a common version of itself with lower versions of its own abilities, and then an epic version of itself with higher modifiers for its own abilities, but still maintain the same soul.
Unless it's like just a +1 system, +1, you know, like it's still epic, but just the number goes up.
Also true.
I bet your way's right. I bet there's a green and a purple and a orange version. Jesta.
Fool's Crown. Plus 100 HP. Attackers have a 50% chance to grant you a minor blessing. He's the person who gets attacked.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to increase their attack, defense, or speed, or apply a heal over time effect?
So here's my proposal. It's buy a potion and leave. And the reason buy a potion is the path that we're on right now is going to be like 3 elites. Because we're going north for an elite, back to ruins. And then probably we have to cut back through the middle, through another elite.
Whilst true, if we are cutting north here for this elite, we're by definition going through a merchant.
Oh gosh.
So I imagine we might be able to choose whatever potion we want there instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Drag items
I'm interested
to
see what the non-budget merchant looks like.
Interesting. Can I actually... okay, you can rearrange the items on your own characters as well.
Oh, good.
Intriguing.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about like waiting for the right moment. That's good.
Do you want to take
budget merchant was literally budget. Sure, but check it out. The upgrade here is 100 gold. It was 85 gold at the budget merchant. So the budget merchant gives you below cost items, potions, and upgrades, but you don't get to choose.
Yes.
It's just random. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to read them all, or do we want to just quickly like scroll through them and try to summarize effectively what we think they do?
We can scroll through them and summarize effectively what we think they do. I lean towards reading them all just because items like this tend to be kind of you'll see them a fair few times.
You'll see them again,
right?
Okay. I don't mind either way. I just it's whatever's most fun for you. That's joy percent is the primary speedrun category that I participate in. Okay, so we have Arcane Stabilizer, and there actually are a few things here that we have seen. That pink thing we've seen before. The unstable orb is back. Arcane Stabilizer says plus 100 HP. The first time you are reduced below 35% max HP, gain a shield equal to 10% of your max HP, and heal for the same amount over 10 seconds. An excellent pickup if we had the cash for our Juggernaut. Unstable orb is back. The Book of the First. Plus 50 HP. Every 5 times you attack, you and a random adjacent ally gain negate. And it seems like this is almost we've seen negate now 3 or 4 times. It seems like it's almost like an artifact. Like it sticks around. It's not saying get rid of a current negative effect. It's saying prevent a negative effect from happening. So that's cool.
Definitely true.
The Enchanter's Brand, plus 10 attack, gain immunity to disarm. Unique. And disarm is attack bar drains for 3 seconds. Oh, okay. I was curious how that... So instead of your attack bar filling, it drains for 3 seconds. That's cool. Yeah. You want row 2?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, as in Dorit. Go. Crown of the Banshee. When you are knocked out, you continue fighting for 5 seconds. Enemies will ignore you. Can only activate once per combat. Seeker of Virtue. At the start of combat, gain a major blessing for every 5 morale you have. So that's kind of like a snowballing system.
And we've been gaining morale, actually. We're at 19. I think we started at 10.
That is very true. We did. We also have what appear to be 2 potions here. Bogjar, reduce the speed of all enemies by 40% for 6 seconds.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Potions are also right-click in a potion slot to use. If not in combat, it will be used at the start of combat instead.
Okay.
And then Mana Spring Elixir, all heroes gain 7 MP on attacks for 6 seconds.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Bottom line is the ability to sell as well as restock.
First off, we saw the highest tier items here, actually. The second row of items are legendary or something, I guess. I feel that we should at least consider buying a potion here.
Definitely. I kind of want to get the Bogjar.
Okay, defensive. Cool.
The longer we can try and stay on the battlefield, the longer we can extend the fights, it feels like the more effect we're going to get out of the Berserker. The Berserker's going to start kind of like rolling out of control and has more time to increase their own attack as well.
100%. And the reason that I would lean Bogjar too, because initially I actually leaned the second one, because we also win fights by just winning them. Gaining more MP is going to set off our Rin strikes more often or whatever. But Bogjar, if we have an enemy fight that is like massively AoE, I guess we're just going to kill them with our existing potion, huh? That's interesting.
I mean, that is if 225 is a huge amount against those enemies.
Yeah. I like it. I like Bogjar. I feel good about it.
Oh, I have to drag it away. There we go. Drag that down there. Yeah, let's peace out.
Away we go. Onward.
Items with a higher rarity will sell for more gold. Yeah. There is something charming about the art style for this game, although I do definitely understand that it does put some people off, because when in the
Wait a minute.
Sorry?
Wait a minute. What is that enemy named? Mouse over that enemy. I was like, no way they didn't, and then they did.
They didn't. They definitely didn't. Don't look at the name of the combat directly at the top of the screen. It's 100% unrelated.
I didn't read that anyway. That's funny, man.
So this is the Spire Sentinel.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's right.
It has fast charge, gains 250 shield. Instead of dealing damage, its attacks drain MP from enemies. It also has an eye beam, 100% attack damage to all enemies, and burn them for 200% of attack damage over 10 seconds. So length of fight is going to be bad for us. And then the roaming sentinel that we have seen prior. Looks like both of them are going to be targeting the Juggernaut as well.
And we are invincible, so bring it on. Come on, Spire Sentry. It's good that their mana bar fills very slowly, because it's going to hurt. And boop.
And it
so it does seem
did.
like when you hit max mana, you just use your ability. Which means that enemies with lower mana, it actually means that their ability is cheaper.
Yes, so it's working on that same kind of inverse system as attacks.
Yeah.
Attack speed, rather.
Yeah.
Cobra's Reach. Your attacks poison plus 10% speed. Your attacks poison your target, dealing 5 damage every 3 seconds for the rest of combat. I don't know if multiple stacks of poison can stack, that is.
Stack? I would have to assume yes, based on the health pools of these enemies. Like, if it's 5 every 3 seconds and it can never go above 5 every 3 seconds, we're already seeing enemies with 800 life. So that seems... that's not competitive.
That's a good point, well made. Damage dealt. Juggernaut is dealing significantly less, but it's taking more damage. Okay, cool. Damage healed. The Warlock actually did some serious
I love that. It's so simple. It's just damage healed, damage dealt, damage taken. So
exactly. I don't need much more than this when I'm asking for stats in a game like this.
Juggernaut, wow.
This is more than enough for me, frankly. We also have the Mage Seeker, plus 50 HP, plus 10 starting MP. Whenever an enemy uses an active ability, deal 50 piercing damage to them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's like, don't you dare cast around me.
Don't you dare.
I think all spellcasters are nerds.
AoE. You know, I can't help this, but in these games, I'm always trying to find the types of threats and to kind of bucket enemies. And that is a persistent bucket across games. Is how am I going to deal with fights that have multiple enemies? What's the answer? And sometimes the answer is a little clever. And dealing damage to enemies that are using actives is a solution to a multi-enemy fight.
Definitely, it could be. Unless we start running into enemies that don't have an active ability, or their active ability is just way too expensive.
It's super expensive, exactly.
And then finally, the Defense Gauntlet. When plus 50 HP and plus 10 defense. When losing 20% of your max HP to a single hit, gain a shield equal to 5% of your max HP and deal 30 piercing damage to all enemies. That doesn't say it only triggers once per combat as well. So if the enemy is doing large hits, you just put the Defense Gauntlet on the person that's going to be taking them and have this effect activate multiple times. This is also an AoE effect, as you just previously mentioned, 30 piercing damage to all enemies.
Do you want it?
I kind of do.
We've got to start putting some gear on our Warlock, but I haven't been sure how I want to gear them yet, truthfully. And that's a thing to think about, I guess. With
the new information that we have, actually, let's take a moment to reflect on the Warlock and see if we have any ideas of the kinds of gear that they do want to hold the first time each hero is knocked out. So we're hoping that never really happens.
Right.
But half of the effect happens
it makes us stronger
enemies.
when it happens.
It's true.
Because you get 10 attack and defense. Oh, the hero does, right?
Yes, the Warlock does actually. No, they begin healing for 2% max HP every 2 seconds.
We heal when the others are knocked out. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
they also get it for defeated enemies, but they get half of the effect. So that's also kind of like...
I misread this initially. I thought the Warlock was preventing a death for the teammates. And so I was like, wow, that's very strong that they can just heal you instead of you dying.
The Cleric might have something similar to that, but Warlocks... Warlocks are
this
closer
feels almost
to
more like a necromancer
avenging.
Then.
Yes.
Yeah. They play around death. Well, I guess that's a Warlock thing too. Okay, got it.
Soul Ripper is deal 200% attack damage to a random enemy, heal yourself, and the weakest ally for damage dealt. So attack damage on this character double dips in terms of the healing that it provides after Soul Ripper goes off. That's about my only instant read. Max HP
and it may just be a situation to where it's not a specific... I've already seen the gear in this game it's deep. And so it might be less of this is the gear that you put on the Warlock and more of we find a set of gear that works together and then we put it on the Warlock.
Yes.
Right? It might just be that simple.
The fact that you can also shuffle these around freely to me says that we might even find gear and then in a certain fight go, oh, this needs to be on the Warlock in this fight.
Yeah.
Which pushes me again back towards the defense gauntlet, right? The ability to go, there is a powerful enemy on the
rarest
field.
Thing, almost.
Put it there.
Okay, I like it.
Ooh, elite battle. That seems like a good pickup there. Each sub-area counters particular strategies.
The Ancient Defender.
Would you like to take this one?
Sure. This enemy has 1,400 health, the beefiest that we have seen. The other stat line look familiar. This is a boss enemy. And apparently that means that they're resistant to stuns, disarms, and silences. Also says fragments. Once defeated, a roaming sentinel appears. Gain 2 negate passive ability. Okay. And then finally, the active ability is Fortification Protocol. Deal piercing damage to all enemies equal to your defense. Gain 10 defense. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so the first time it'll be 60 damage AoE piercing, and then 70, 80, 90. Cool. So we should kill this enemy. Got it.
Yeah, that definitely seems like a priority for us. We can also see it's not doing damage to adjacencies, as far as I can see.
But it is attacking the bottom this time.
It is, unless... Hey, okay, so it's not got specific targeting. It's literally just like, this is the closest thing to me, that's what I'm going to go for.
Yeah, that must be what it is. Yeah.
I mean,
you want to put the gauntlet on Juggernaut? Yeah.
Seems like it, right? If this just slams down a big enough hit, it's what, 250 in a single attack? Assuming can we see our armor there? Defense is 60, right?
Oh, but didn't it say every point of defense is plus 1% effective health? So that means
a defense of 100 would be complete block? Am I misinterpreting that?
No, I think that what it means is that a defense of 100 would negate 50% of damage. So effective health, right? So if we have 1,000 HP, just round to a nice number, and our defense is 60, so our effective health is 1,600, which means it'll take 1,600 damage to do 1,000 damage to us. That's what it means by effective health, I think. That's my read.
Right. Okay. So
which means you will never actually get 100% protection. You can never not take damage. It'll start to curve out.
So does that mean that the HP itself is related to the amount of defense? Or related to the effect of your defense? Because if it's an increase of your effective HP, then your base HP being the thing that is modified, increase that as well as the defense is they work in tandem.
Well, you're still ending up with just a percentage damage reduction, right? So 100 defense is 50% damage reduction because you've gotten 100% increase of effective health. So it takes double the damage to kill you. It's kind of confusing, right? Because it almost makes you wish that you were just getting a percent. But I think that it's just a convenient way to get a reasonable curve of value. Because you will start to hit. Well, I'm trying to imagine what actually this. So, I guess what you're graphing is it's effective health, and the 100 is a 50% reduction. So 200 would then be a 66% reduction. Yeah. So you've got this kind of log scale that you're producing. I think it's just a convenient way to take linear numbers and turn them into a reasonable game system, honestly.
Yep.
I suspect it's not so much for us as it is for the game.
It's the only reason I qualm slightly about it is because 20% of our max HP in a single hit, 209. Is this character ever going to take 209 to an enemy that's doing 250 in a single hit?
No.
Because if not, this is just plus 50 HP and plus 10 defense.
Yeah.
So maybe we put it on a squishier character like the Berserker.
That's a good point, actually. Actually, that's a really good point. They'll never see that other effect. Yeah, that's smart.
Let's begin this auto battle.
Over-defended.
Yeah, exactly. That's why knowing the kind of scaling of that kind of thing is slightly important. Reduced ability cost. Let's have a little bit of a look
fascinated
here. This character is still waiting until they get to 80 before they do their first cast, despite the fact that they have Symbiote. Also, the Juggernaut's down.
Oh no. We won, but at what cost?
At the cost of 1 morale. Oh, wait. No. Victory has given us 1 morale still. Ability orb. Drop on a hero to improve their active ability.
We were getting 3 morale before for flawless victories, so it's a significant loss in gained morale.
But it does appear like the game kind of expects you, like, not just from the Warlock's ability, having first time a hero is knocked out, but it kind of, if it's still giving you a positive for having 1 KO, it's kind of expecting that maybe 1 will fall relatively regularly.
Yeah.
We have an ability orb here, drop on a hero to improve their active ability, but before we go through that, Fenrir's Bane, plus 10 attack at the start of combat, deal 50% attack damage to all enemies and apply 2 Frost. Frost reduces speed by 2% and increases active ability cost by 2, stacks up to 10 times. I'm assuming that Frost is applying to enemies.
Yeah, I would hope so, right? Yeah.
Hero's Sigil. At the start of combat, you and all adjacent allies gain a shield equal to 15% of your max HP, which seems like the Juggernaut would love to hold that. Interestingly, the Juggernaut has less max HP right now than they did last fight.
But we had... Oh! We should put the gauntlet back on and see if that...
Okay, yeah, that gets to 1045. That was what it was previously.
Okay.
But this also says
we thought maybe it was a knockout effect or something.
Yeah, I was thinking like, you know, the more successful battles they go on, they start to increase their stats a little bit. If they take a hit, they take a secondary hit to their stats as well.
Right.
Hero Sigil, Lover's Safeguard, plus 50 HP. Ooh. While you have 1 or less adjacent allies, you and an adjacent ally gain 12 shield per second.
That's pretty cool. Actually. And that's always going to be true for us right now because our party that we're deployed is not very big. So for a run where we're shorthanded like this, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, that definitely seems relevant for us.
Also, it continues our streak of only taking rare items, which is ideal.
We don't need any of this common trash.
No greens. I don't want that. Yeah,
the ability orb is interesting. Okay, so hovering it over a character, it will show us what it will change them to.
Ooh, cool.
Do you want to read the differentials?
Yeah, sure. So it seems that what this does is it takes your active ability for any of your characters and upgrades it. And previously, Wild Strikes was targeting an enemy and just giving you some bonus attacks against them. And the upgraded ability hits a target 3 times instead of 2, but also applies Ruin to an adjacent enemy. So it's giving it an extra hit, so it's an immediate 50% increase in damage, and also it's spreading out this Ruin effect. And what was Ruin again? It reduces healing and increases damage dealt or something?
Yes.
No, just healing. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, the former.
That's like, in some games, that's called like Wound, or something like that.
Maim, cool. I've seen before.
Yeah, Maim, yeah. So Juggernaut has Brute Force, which is a single hit, big damage, and stun. The upgraded version does double the damage, but the stun does not get any longer. Okay. And then Warlock has the Soul Ripper, which is another fairly big free hit, but also has a healing effect. And the upgraded version doubles damage because it's now doing 200% attack damage to 2 enemies instead of 1, and then also increases effective healing because it says heal yourself and the 2 weakest allies instead of just 1. Seems like the highest value upgrade. Certainly, I think the Juggernaut is the lowest.
Yeah, like this seems like this is an extra 50% and then some related to how much you evaluate the ruin to be worth. Juggernaut is literally just 2 times, right? But
it's the biggest number, actually. I mean, like that's a big hit if you're building a Juggernaut that's doing big hits.
Very true. But however, the Warlock is doing 2 hits, and
double damage.
It's also doubling the amount of characters it's healing. So it's 4 times as effective, assuming characters need that much HP.
Yeah, it's pretty... That seems really strong. The biggest thing for us to see, I think we should take it, because what I want to science is, what if we're fighting 1 enemy? Will they get 2 attacks on the 1 enemy, or will they lose the second attack? Because that could be the thing that's holding it back.
2 different random enemies.
It says different? Okay, so then probably in a single target fight, this upgrade is not as valuable.
Probably. I'm just going to throw that on there before we go into the next room. Do we want to go to a merchant with... and ruin the perfect amount of gold again?
We just don't have enough. I want to go to a merchant with like 100 gold so that we can actually afford an upgrade or, get a rare item. A legendary.
So perhaps something along the line of normal, elite, event, elite, merchant.
I like that.
Cool. Defense can reduce below 0, continuing to increase damage taken.
Interesting. What is this? Are they tiny flying elephants?
Noxious Gnat.
Okay.
Like to take this one?
Sure, absolutely. The Noxious Gnat has interesting stat line. This is the first exactly 1 attack per second enemy that we've seen, but they're very weak with only 350 HP. They have Bothering Buzz. Your attacks reduce your target's attack by 2 for 10 seconds and apply ruin. So in other words, there are several of them. They're doing moderate damage, but they're also reducing our damage and our healing. And their active is Poisonous Prick. Poison your target for 100% attack damage every 3 seconds and reduce their defense by 10. Active ability. That actually will add up really quickly. They're doing a full 60 poison every time this activates, and their MP is only 50, which means their MP requirement is actually pretty low. This is a kind of fight that like would actually be great for the explosive potion that we have, but maybe we'll just kill them.
It would be, but we may want to just see how it starts to go, because we also might have an elite fight where there are a bunch of Noxious Gnats as well.
Yeah, exactly. I would rather save these, right?
I've positioned the Warlock behind the Juggernaut to try and take a little bit of advantage of Lover's Safeguard, as well as to have the possibility that the Warlock is going to be healing the Juggernaut, right? It's weakest.
Warlock's ability is going to be good for us here, too. That upgrade that we just took, it's got 2 targets. So that's nice. I wonder if then this was a fight to where we should have put the symbiotes or something onto the Warlock. Juggernaut's going down. How do we keep them from getting killed? They're just getting murked.
Yeah, they're holding a bunch of defensive stuff, and yet the murking takes place. We got a potion, a fortified brew. All heroes gain 250 shield and 25 defense. That's going to be great. We also have
something that I noticed, by the way, those enemies never change target. And in fact, over the last few fights, I have not seen any enemies change target. So if the enemies don't explicitly have an AoE, and they're all pointing at the Juggernaut, which they were all pointing at the Juggernaut, then we should, that would be a good fight as an example to just move the gauntlet over to the Juggernaut and put the ring on the back line or something, because every point of defense is going to be relevant at that point, I think.
Very, very true. Although the shield, the Lover's Safeguard itself, many of these are defensive. It's the Fool's...
Yeah, because they have...
Fool's Crown is also HP as well.
Yeah.
It's weird. We've got the Sleet Stone Saber here, +5 attack, +5% speed. Your attacks have a 50% chance to both apply frost and deal 3 piercing damage for each stack of frost on your target. So faster attacks are better.
That's cool.
Bound Elements, +10% attack. Every 3 times you attack, apply frost and a burn for 75% attack damage over 10 seconds to your target. The Forgotten Idol, +10 HP, +10 starting MP. Your active abilities deal 75% piercing attack damage to your target. Oh. So interesting. Unfortunately,
is that just adding an effect, or is that saying that the damage? I think that's adding an effect.
I imagine it's adding an effect as well. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And
cool.
then the final is the gold stash. So yeah, we can see that this was commensurate to the value of the highest one, and the highest one was purple, because this is 20 and the previous was 25. Although it looks like we have to take a green item here. I'm not entirely on board.
Okay, but I like Forgotten Idol here a lot because of this synergy with symbiotes. Right? You're getting your active online quicker. And then, yeah, and what's the Starry Night one doing again? The bow? Your active ability increases your speed by 10%. We start to get some pretty cool active ability spam build going. If we could just find another one like we found in that first room that gave 20% increased MP generation, then we would really be able to do some ability spam.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, you noted this in a fight. I didn't particularly speak to it at the time, but you'd said that the enemies taking, or are the characters taking damage or dealing damage, is not giving them MP. A lot of the time in auto battlers, it is kind of assumed, just because of some of the ones that existed in the genre prior, that your MP is going to be generated from those kinds of effects, rather than just going to be something that statically generates over the course of the fight. Which is why I assumed that increasing your speed with the Starry Songbird would then feed back into the symbiote, but it doesn't.
Yep. But it's giving us more attacks, which is increasing our scaling on the Berserker. So it's still, that's kind of perfect Berserker item, right? Is like we're scaling by using actions.
We have a Forest Guardian here. This is an elite battle force. Forest Guardian has 1600 HP, DPS of 81.8. They have a high mana amount, so their Guardian's Roar is not going to activate too often. They're a boss enemy, so they're resistant to stuns, disarms, and silences. The attackers will also gain 5 MP and grant you 10 MP. So we're actually going to be getting MP faster as a result of the enemy's passive ability here. Heal for 40% of any enemy healing effects.
Oh, okay. So when we heal, they heal. That's interesting.
Also interestingly, Guardian's Roar deals 50% attack damage, so 90, and 50% piercing attack damage, so another 90, but piercing, to all enemies.
Oh, wow, okay. This is, okay, we're going to do actually well in this fight, though, because we benefit more from this MP gain than they do. Like, the damage that they're putting out is relevant, and if they land that attack 3 times, they'll kill our whole team with the piercing damage. But I think that we will outscale them because of the way that they're increasing our scaling. I think the way it was written, we gain 5 MP, they gain 10.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we are going to be getting more MP as a result of fighting them.
Did we get a new potion?
We did, the Fortifying Brew, the Shield and Defense.
Okay, right, I had forgotten about it already. No, should we use a potion here?
Let me just quickly, now that I've got the size of it, I'm just going to quickly clip that a little bit down. There we go.
That'll probably help, yeah.
Should we use a potion? Yeah, we could totally use a potion at the start of this fight. They've got piercing attack damage, and piercing ignores defense and shields, so I don't know if the Fortifying Brew is going to be it, Chief. We can, the AoE also doesn't seem super relevant. Reduces speed of all enemies by 40%, and they are also quite slow. We have more elite battles coming up as well, though.
Yeah, and we want to take them, right? Okay. So maybe we just begin.
Yeah, let's see how this one's going to start out. Play to the Fallen.
I'm feeling the the sense that I need to find more opportunities to get value out of these potions, but I haven't figured out what it is. Dude, we're tanking this fight. This is definitively going to be our victory.
Yeah.
Not particularly close.
Not even slightly. Ability Orb. Drop on it. You can increase the hero's passive as well.
Nice. Okay.
Intriguing.
I'm stoked.
We also have the Noble Ward, plus 50 HP, 10 defense. At the start of combat, gain to negate. Again, that will be negating negative effects applied to us. Where we do apply the negate to an enemy, it would prevent positive effects. So it's the origin that's changing it. Cobra's Reach, plus 10% speed. Your attacks poison the target. We've seen this one prior. Full plate armor, just 22 defense.
Wow. 22% effective life. That's really cool.
No bones about it. There's also a gold stash there. Would you like to go through the ability changes as well?
Absolutely. So now we're looking at passive abilities, and I feel like a teacher, but I'm actually learning. But this is how I learn, right? It's like I would present as if I were teaching something, and so I just try to ask simple questions and delight in their answers. I think is the most effective way to approach a new game.
I also find a lot of the time that the best way to learn is to attempt to teach it to someone else. Yeah. Because there is a lot going on in the background so that you can find the way to present it to them that requires you understanding it on a deeper level. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So Berserker's passive ability is Frenzy, which we've seen before. Effectively, we're getting attack. We're getting healing and scaling damage out of all of our attacks. And so this class scales directly with landing more attacks. You'll heal more and you'll get more damage throughout the fight. And upgrading Frenzy increases the self-heal from a 2% max HP heal to a 4% max HP heal, and the scaling value from +1 attack to +2 attack. Very substantial. We've doubled the core effectiveness of the class. Juggernaut's core ability is Rampage, which is this thing that says whenever you cross below the 50% HP threshold, you get an immediate heal and then a buff to attack and defense for the rest of the fight. Not immediate heal, actually. It's a heal over time, but the heal over time activates. The upgrade here increases the attack and defense gained from 20 to 40, and the heal from 15% to 30%, both over 10 seconds. Okay, wow. Okay, both of these have been a true doubling of the core competency of the character.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, Warlock.
The Warlock. Warlock's ability, the passive, is when someone dies, an ally or an enemy, you get healing and you get attack and defense. So Warlock scales on units dying. And the upgrade to Warlock doubles the healing from 2% max HP to 4% max HP, and doubles the attack and defense gain from 10 to 20. And this is, interestingly, as we've done more fights, this is the one that I'm least excited for.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is that this is only effective when things are dying. And really, I think that it's most exciting when you're fighting AoE fights. But I think that the other two units' abilities will be useful in every fight right now. Whereas this one is like obviously strong, but I think less universally strong.
Definitely agreed. So there's part of me that's also looking at the Juggernaut, and I'm seeing the doubling of all of these kinds of things, but I'm seeing that it'll have more of an effect than the doubling, because if your attack and defense is increased by 40 and the healing over time that you're receiving is increased, you're more likely to survive to the end of that entire healing rather than possibly die through the middle of it. Although
true.
The Berserker is also doing this scaling with their active ability strikes, and that's interesting. I didn't think about that, because Frenzy activates on their active ability strikes, so Wild Strike's getting an extra strike is actually a lot better because it feeds back into Frenzy. But also, it does straight up double the scaling for this character and give them a lot more survivability. I'm keen on either the Juggernaut or the Berserker, but honestly, my lean is the Berserker.
Okay, let's do it. I love both of these, and I think just getting more damage will be good. I like them both a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take full plate armor? Do you want to take gold?
I kind of want to take gold, right? Because we're starting to get, like, I believe we have a merchant in 3 spaces time. But on top of that, we're starting to get to the maximum capacity of the items that each of these characters can hold.
We can move things around, and I like just pure defense, but I also think that right now what I really want to see are better situational utilities. So things with like negate, which would lean towards the shield actually, and damage. Creating like damage synergizing effects. And so for those things, we just take gold and we go to the merchant and we buy the answer.
Let's do that. I like the ability to try and get one of the rarer things that we've seen prior. Possibly even 2 of the rarer things we've seen prior. They were what, 70s? And we've got 140?
Yeah, we're 80 maximum. Yeah, we're gonna have a good merchant, unless the merchant costs have scaled up substantially.
Ooh, first foray into the caves. Temporal anomaly.
True.
The heroes spot a swirling portal. Upon closer inspection, they can see a similar location to where they are now on the other side. The energy which created the portal seems familiar, and the heroes think it would be possible to absorb it. Enter the path changes. Absorb. All heroes reduce the cost of their active abilities by 3 MP permanently.
I think we should just absorb the Stranger Thing. I think we should just take it in. I like our path too.
Whenever I see something mystical, my first result, or my first inclination rather, is to eat it. So I'm all on board with this.
Yeah, 100%. We have to eat the temporal anomaly. That's right.
Mm-hmm. We surround the portal and will its energy to be edible. The portal instantly is eaten, closing in on itself and bursting into a wave of energy through the heroes.
Your dinner doesn't burst into a wave of energy when you finish consuming it?
Get a better dinner. Oh my god.
Get a better dinner.
How are you even nourished?
Better dinner.
Ooh.
Cave crawler. Can I take this one?
Hell yeah.
I also love, like, somehow the art in this game is this very simple style, but also without feeling cheap, which I really like. Because that's a thing, you know, when you have fairly low, no frills, you know, unbusy art in a game, sometimes that causes it to feel kind of cheap. And when there's not too much busyness, it's easier to see exactly what's going on, which is important because there's some stuff going on, right? Especially with an Autobattler. Yeah. Although I would say that the effect icons feel like they could be slightly bigger, but maybe they get busy with other units or something.
Yeah, we've seen a single character having like 9 effect icons on them at the same time, so I imagine they're trying to care a little bit about those kinds of effects.
That becoming over busy, like the monster train problem, right? So, cave crawler. These have all been about the same, 1200 to 1800 HP on the elites. This one has a higher DPS than before, and same boss enemy effect. And it says hardened carapace, gain 150 frail defense. Attackers take 10 piercing damage. Passive ability. Okay. So 150 frail defense, and we recall that frail defense is like temporary defense. As you do hits, the frail defense will reduce. But that means that when the fight starts, the effective, if I'm understanding this correctly, and I think I am, the effective HP on this cave crawler is not 1500 at all. 150 frail defense is 150% increase, right? So we're talking more like 3750, and it has a base defense of 170, unless that's including the frail defense right now, which I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll watch it as it goes live. But it's possible that this enemy is sitting on effectively like over 300 defense, which means that when the fight is starting, their effective HP is 6,000. This could be a long fight. Caustic Web is their active ability. Poison your target and an adjacent enemy for 50% attack damage every 3 seconds. Reduce the speed of enemies hit by 30% for 5 seconds. Active ability. And poison is permanent effect, at least historically. Reduce the speed. Dude, this is a gnarly fight. This is a
totally
gnarly
agreed.
fight.
This seems like this is going to be a rough time for all involved.
Are we using a potion then?
I think that would be pretty relevant.
I like the defensive potion for this fight for us, to just give us a little bit of time to get scaling going harder.
I like that too. Or at least I like it the most out of the potions that we can apply here.
Yeah.
Because the piercing damage from hardened carapace as we hit the enemy is still going to penetrate through that. I don't know how it will affect poison as well.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Poison ignores defense and shields, never expires.
Okay. So once again, we have a fight so where actually the shield from this potion is not super relevant, is it? We could just use the bog jar and just reduce their DPS, their straight up DPS.
We could, but their DPS is, it seems like the majority of it is going to be applied by the poison stacks that they land on characters, because their base damage is 160.
Oh, is that potion true damage? The first one, the explosive potion.
It's piercing, yeah, 225.
Okay, that actually might be the best potion for this fight. That might like save us a life right at the end of the fight. Yeah,
I agree. I think the positioning here is probably just get the Warlock and the Berserker in this single one, have the Juggernaut taking the individual hits, because this is going to be poisoning an adjacent enemy for 50% attack damage, so we want that to do as few poisons to adjacents as possible.
Okay. All right. Good luck to us.
This Lava Safeguard is also going to add shield to these characters, but that's not actually going to help anyone.
Yeah. And the Warlock doesn't only heal adjacent units, right? Well, they're not going to heal anyone.
No, so the Warlock is based on weakest allies.
Okay.
Not even adjacencies. I messed that one up prior.
Okay.
Send them.
Good luck to us. Can you hover over the spider? I want to see their defense go down. Interesting. So that was including the temporary defense. It's not 300. It really was 20 base, 150 plus.
Yeah.
So not nearly as... I thought we were about to fight a 6,000 health enemy. This is much better. We will still lose our dude, maybe. Oh, we barely made it through. Nice.
Blew him up with the potion.
Oh, did you use a potion? Nice timing.
Because we're getting another potion here, and we appear to have potion slots. We've got 3.
Yep. Limitations. Dude, nice fight. I feel this is the first moment to where I feel that I actually have like the 101 level understanding of the stats, which I really like. I like to have an intuition when I'm looking at the stats.
Yes, and especially the one that you pointed out of the frailty from their ability. Sorry, the fragile armor, fragile defense rather, from their ability was already included in their top stat line. That's going to be pretty important because later we're going to see other abilities that are like, plus 10 attack, and it's going to be really terrifying, but then we'll realize actually it's already included.
Oh, it's there. It's included, from the passive at least,
so we have the Vial of Sorrows. All enemies are silenced and gain ruin for 10 seconds. That seems incredible.
Cool.
So pop that one down there. We've also got an ability orb.
Mighty ability orb. Whoa. Okay, this is the Royal Arbalist, plus 10 attack. Your target enemies in the back row first. Your attacks deal 10% additional piercing attack damage. Nice. We've seen this. And the Giant's Club, plus 10 attack. Your attacks deal additional damage equal to 3% of your current HP to your target. I think we should take the Arbalist.
I think we should take the Arbalist as well. That's where I'm leaning.
It's a lot of damage.
It'd be interesting if the Warlock's DPS is relatively low. Oh, it's same as the Berserker, actually.
The Warlock's DPS is decent. We're just like the enemy DPS looks crazy, right? Like compared to our base DPS, enemy DPS looks wild.
It's true. That does skew the kind of read of that. Although I would like to make a pitch before we go into the ability orb. First, I just want to see, can I upgrade an upgraded ability? Yes, you can.
Okay. That's good knowledge.
Oh, fully upgraded. It says fully upgraded after it's been upgraded 2 times as well. So that is the top level.
And this one's mighty. So is it just a single upgrade? Okay. Did it say mighty ability orb before?
It does.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's still only a single upgrade. It might just be flavor text there.
So where are you inclined to go?
So my inclination is where I'm currently holding it, due to the fact that we've already upgraded the passive effect of the Berserker as well. Ruin to the target and adjacent enemy. We haven't seen many healing effects on enemies just yet. But especially in fights that are intended to be longer, such as a boss, it seems like that might be more likely.
I think we should upgrade the Berserker. I'm like very sold. I'm
great
because they're gonna feed back on themselves so fully, and we said we needed more damage. But then who gets the Arbalist?
We can move it wherever we want at any time. I'm just leaving it on the Warlock because we're about to go to a merchant where we should really make most of our item decisions.
That's true.
Ooh. Okay, Rod of Casting.
We have 159 gold. Nice.
Slitherfang Kunai, plus 10 defense. Your attacks deal equal damage equal to 15% of your defense to all enemies.
That's cool. Whoa! We could do a pretty cool defensive build on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm super hyped about that build, actually. Okay.
Tundra Talisman, plus 15 starting MP. Apply Frost to all enemies for 3. Yeah, we've seen something similar to that, but I don't think that one.
Every 3 seconds. And what was Frost again? Can I see that?
Yeah, Frost reduces speed by 2% and increases active ability cost by 2. Stacks up to 10 times, though.
Okay.
So it's similar to kind of like
so
a
it's anti-action.
Yes. Don't
attack
do
and
anything.
Ability. Yeah, don't do stuff.
We've got the Royal Arbalist. Again, it is unique, so we would not be able to stack these 2 on a character. Hedress of Fury. Oh, your active ability increases your attack by 12.
That's pretty sweet.
Okay, I got
we're seeing the build. Yeah.
Mystical Fruit. Attack and active ability damage you take has a 12% chance to be prevented. Unique.
That's really cool. That's really cool because... So I like want to go graph this now, right? 50 defense is a 50% increase in effective health, which means it's a 1/3 reduction of enemy damage, right? 100 defense is a 50%. 200 defense is a 66%, and so it starts to taper off. And so this item is much better than initially it seems, because if you've stacked enough defense, you'll get to the point to where you're losing value of your defense pretty quickly. But this is always 12% damage reduction, right? And so this is just like, you pick this up and 1 in 8 hits, it just does nothing. That's really, really cool.
I'm kind of starting to be reminded of the interlocking item systems in Risk of Rain a little bit, because of like the different ways of approaching a similar end. And at least from my experience in Risk of Rain 1, I remember there being like ways to approach damage that were pretty good, and then they had like a capping effect, but there were ones that just transcended that weren't necessarily good until you'd reached a capped effect, and now this is ridiculous.
Right.
We also have another Dwarven Cocktail. We have a Bottled Blizzard. All enemies gain 5 stacks of frost and have their attack reduced by 25 for 6 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Seems really good.
Wow.
We now have the ability to upgrade as well. Let's have a look at what happens if we drag something over. Oh, we don't even get to see its upgraded version.
Wait, do we drag it to the thing or the thing to it?
Ah, you're right. That's probably... You're right.
Okay.
So, probably not going to drag this over every individual one, so I'll just kind of summarize. It seems to double the effect of the Forgotten Idol. Symbiote appears to also double its effect. It also says upgraded rather than fully upgraded, so we can assume the possibility of upgrading it 2 times based on the
symbiote upgrade is pretty ridiculous, though, right?
It does look really good. Because that is not a linear upgrade, right? If it's easier to cast, it will be easier again to cast next time.
That's a huge upgrade.
Huge. Your active ability increases your speed by 20%. That's more linear. Defensive gauntlets. It looks like in most circumstances, it is just straight up doubling all available numbers.
Wow.
Not for the Blade of the Fallen. That only gets 1.5 extra seconds.
Interesting.
Of divinity defense. 2 minor blessings at the same time, rather than higher chance on the Fool's Crown. Lover's Safeguard actually does get an extra line. The extra line is literally just to say upgraded. So it gives more shields.
Your just eyes scanned to see more text, right? Yeah, absolutely.
And the Arbalist is, again, just 20 attack, 20%.
The bummer is that we've barely missed buying a legendary and an upgrade. Barely. We're 20 gold shy.
Dang, you're right.
I know, right?
Oh, it'll even show us, which is double the effect of the Headdress of Fury.
That seems like a really strong item.
Teak.
What?
Teak, we can just sell something.
That might be the play, dude.
I think it is the play. What do we want ultimately to be our kit for the... Yeah. Same brain. What do we want ultimately for Berserker?
Let's go. Yeah. So, I mean, it's... Ultimately, we need to pick between either... purely focusing on spamming the activated ability or just like kind of maximizing general numbers. And so right now, Symbiote is the core to active ability spam and scaling. And it's good, right? Because doesn't our active ability also say that it scales us multiple times, like each hit?
Yes, so the active ability is scaling 3 times, activating your passive ability with each strike. So it's activating Frenzy 3 times just to do that.
So my thinking is that if we're going to build around active ability spam, which I think is legit, we need to upgrade Symbiote.
Ooh.
Like, I think that's very important. Like, if we're going to do that, then that's the upgrade. And then potentially it's Headdress of Fury to go along with it, and then something else to get the chain going faster. And so our other 2 items, right, both have some initial mana.
Yes, the starting mana is on the Forgotten Idol for 10, and then the other is the Starry Songbird for 15.
Gosh, and the current build is actually pretty good. I mean, both of them are giving us starting mana, and this one's increasing the damage output. And it makes me wonder, does the attack that we're getting out of Forgotten Idol also proc our passive? I kind of doubt it.
The Forgotten... Oh, yeah, definitely not, right? The Frenzy specifically says your attacks and your active ability strikes.
Yeah. Okay, and then... Dude, there's a world to where we upgrade Symbiote and we don't change this build, and then our Berserker might be a better tank than the Juggernaut. Because the amount of healing that they're going to be getting as they scale up speed and everything. But and that would mean we wouldn't buy the Headdress, and instead we would maybe buy the Strawberry? Which is weird, right? Because the Headdress seems so cool.
It does. Here's my counter proposal.
Okay.
Because if we are using the wild strikes, right? And I'm similarly in the same train of let's attack ability spam, right? The wild strikes, when it targets 3 times and activates our upgraded frenzy, it is increasing our attack damage by 6, right?
Yep.
Which is then reflected in another 18 damage the next time we cast wild strikes, and then it just continues increasing by 18 from then on, assuming it hits all targets.
Yep.
Right? The Headdress of Fury is just a frenzy effect that we can double. So instead of increasing each our attack damage by 6, we instead increase it by 30.
Right. Right.
So to me, like, yeah, I love the idea of upgrading the symbiote as well. But to me, it feels like the Headdress of Fury makes this build work.
Yeah, and it makes it online faster, right? So if we're working with infinite turns, upgrading symbiote is wild, because by the 6th time that you're proccing your ability, it costs like 40. It's just up. It's just constantly up, right? But how often are we really going to do that? In some of the fights, like in the elite fights, we're getting there. But at that point also, we've, instead of proccing it 6 times, we'll proc it 4 times, and we've gained like 100 attack from the Headdress of Fury. So yeah, you're right. The time frame in which the symbiote upgrade becomes better than the Headdress of Fury upgrade is very, very long.
Yes, that's my initial inclination as well. And in that world, I would be removing the Forgotten Idol for the extra 20s. That takes us to 179, which is just enough to get the Headdress as well as the upgrade.
I dig it.
Cool. Let's send it.
Because we're replacing damage with damage too. So that's nice.
It's also worth noting the Mystical Fruit. I was thinking this was going to be one that did not just straight up double. It does.
That's ridiculous, man. That's so strong.
The second upgrade of that might just be 48%.
Really, that might have been the play, is to just leave. Our dude was already strong and just buy that and upgrade it and put it on our Juggernaut. But
I'll admit that's where I'm starting to feel like maybe.
Yeah.
Upgrade. So you can upgrade multiple times in a single store. That is good information to have.
Need the cash.
We can even see what it would do. So it increases by another 12 rather than increasing it to 48. That makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I wish that we could upgrade the symbiote too. That build would be substantial. And you know what I think I'm learning from this run? I think that in the future, we might be better served actually to a bunch of hidden enemies, to skip a few items early on to carry more money in to like force a build. Because based on how many merchants you can visit, I bet you could force a build more than we have.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like, like a Lover's Safeguard, something that is, by all accounts, good. But because we're not going to necessarily upgrade it, it feels like it's not going to scale effectively, right? Because it's a flat number, 12 shield, not 12%, not anything like that, right? Which means that it seems in my mind, having single items that are upgraded, or single items that are even upgraded multiple times, is far more impactful. Explode. Also, obviously, fewer slots are going to be taken up by it. There's a couple other considerations as well, but it definitely looks like that. Hey,
the 12 shield a second shared is pretty good if you're getting AoE like burn or something, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking down about it as much as I'm saying that items
Headdress
that
is way better.
Yes, exactly. Items that aren't like a core part of what you're trying to do seem less useful than upgrades on items that are a core part of what you're trying to do.
I agree. Oh, this is the first time the enemies are kind of AoE as well.
Yeah, they definitely want to try and get points.
We have 4 Crazed Hermits. They each have 500 HP and 50 DPS. Not much defense to speak about. And they have the passive ability Subterranean. Gain Hidden. Target the back row first. And then the active ability Sneak Attack. Deal 150% attack damage to your target and additional damage equal to 15% of your target's max HP. Active ability. And it does seem that they are targeting the back row first, as suggested. Now, we could block the back row with the Juggernaut, but we're already blocking the back row with the Warlock. Maybe we swap the Warlock to the front and put the Berserker in the back, because Berserker can heal.
Do
we need to use the AoE attack speed reduction, the Bog Potion?
I think that's actually a really good idea here.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much any of the potions, I think, would be actually a relatively good idea here.
Yeah.
Because the enemies don't have piercing damage.
Then maybe shield is enough. Yeah.
Maybe it is, right? It seems like a little bit of a less rare potion.
Gosh, and I'd rather use shield while there's not piercing, because we've had so many fights to where I was like, let's use the shield, Rhapsody. We gotta block some damage. Yeah.
And we just get to elect to use it at the beginning of the battle. Cool.
Cool. It begins. Luckily, they weren't hidden for very long. Oh, right. They were all hidden, but hidden has a specific clause that says you need to have at least one ally who's not hidden.
Mm-hmm.
So their hide was, like, worthless. I was all worried about that.
Although we
not a scary fight.
We may start running into them with some other on the board, which would start getting scary.
What's this first item?
Saint's Vow.
Dang.
Plus 100.
I saw the orange and I was like, is it a legendary?
If only. Increases your max HP by 10 per second. Does not increase your current HP. Unique.
That's strange.
That's really interesting, though. The first time you're reduced below 50% max HP. So if our max HP increases, we can even still activate this.
That's true. That's actually that kind of works for this.
And
that's true.
The Berserker heals for a percentage of max HP, so more max HP, more healing.
And you've been gaining it throughout the fight.
That's interesting. There's a Tundra Talisman. Apply Frost to all enemies every 15 seconds. We've seen that before. 3 seconds, rather. Bound Elements we've also seen before. And then there's the gold for 25.
But I don't think we have a merchant anytime soon.
I don't believe we do, because the next space is event and then boss.
Yep. And who knows if there's an act system, or I have no idea.
This could easily be like the end of the first run, right? And they're like, you've done a mission. Well done. Now you unlock new heroes and go out on a different mission.
That's my inclination, is that this is about to be the end of the first run. So then we should just take whatever... Like, honestly, maybe this is just Tundra Talisman and we throw it on the Warlock.
Yeah.
Right? Just a little bit of generic, good value. Yeah.
That's actually probably slightly more valuable right now.
Hey, we're fully kitted up. That's cool.
We are indeed. Goo for it. The heroes spot a trail of bubbling goo monsters forming a circle around a wooden chest. They seem to be trying to swallow the chest whole. We can fight.
As
Victory grants a viscous goo. Interesting. Rush the treasure. You gain the viscous goo, but you lose a random item. Or you can just run and everyone gets 5 speed next combat, which is the boss combat.
Yeah, we should just run. Because losing a random item could lose us the headdress, and that would be effectively losing 180 gold or something, which ain't the play. It's not super likely, but it would be so sad.
The heroes deploy a tactical retreat, leaving the beasts to their meal.
They were slimes. It's not really a beast so much as a being.
Yeah,
that's a beast.
This is the beast of the Wield.
The beast. Yeah.
Would you like to take the Beast of the Wield's abilities?
Absolutely. The Beast of the Wield. This is a boss enemy, as you can imagine, based on its stature, with passive ability Predator. Your attacks apply ruin to your target and a bleed for 20% attack damage over 10 seconds. And bleeds ignore defense and shields, but they do end, unlike poisons, which seem to go on forever. And the active ability is Feast. Deal 10% piercing attack damage for every bleed effect on the target and consume a positive effect, healing for 15% max HP if successful. So, if you have a positive effect, they'll eat it and they'll heal for 15% max HP, which is massive. They have 360 healing from that out of 2400 base. They're attacking about once every 2 seconds, just below, which means that their passive ability could stack up to 4 times before that active, which would then be quite a bit of piercing damage, actually. This enemy is fairly fearsome if Feast is going off and successfully healing. I think we just outpace them. But certainly if we wanted to reduce the bleeds, we could use the speed potion, the bog potion.
I think that is probably a good idea, right? Because Predator is being... the ruin and bleed is applied on an attack. And then Feast is based on how many stacks of the bleed are on the target. So it feels like reducing the enemy speed is kind of triple dipping, reducing their attack, reducing the amount of bleeds they put in us, and then reducing the value of feast thereafter. Although I think
they're going to consume our plus its speed, by the way. That's a positive effect. I think they have a guaranteed heal here one time, so.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so the first target for them is the Juggernaut. We could put the Warlock behind instead. There's no adjacency
for the shield.
On the enemy. Exactly. All right, let's elect to have the Bogjar run at the start of the fight. Enemies cannot be silenced here, so the boss enemy... That's good to know. Okay, so Vial of Sorrows should definitely not be saved exclusively for a boss fight.
Yeah.
The Ruin, I guess, still would apply, but... Well, I guess this enemy does heal with the 50% max HP.
Yeah, Ruin is relevant here. Yeah, Berserker will be landing that too.
I mean, we can throw that right before the enemy activates their ability if we desperately want to.
I think we're going to be okay, honestly. I think we're going to outscale this fight.
I believe you're right.
Start to see some Ruin go off right there. Nice. They use their first feast.
Can't be stunned, apparently, but we stunned them. Resistant to stuns. Their duration's reduced by half. They still do it.
Okay. That's, dude, destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. This has a reward, Rhapsody.
Yeah.
This is an act system.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. An ability and sturdy ability orb, a mighty ability orb.
Okay. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Just throw them all in the Berserker.
Yeah, 100%. I don't need to convince me. I wanted to do it so bad.
Just top them off. Just top them. They're ridiculous now. They're absolutely absurd. They're going to get to the point where they can tank, actually. This is a soft tank. So much healing.
Oh, these are all rares as well. All right, would you like to take these?
Please. We got 3 legendaries to look at here. Life-Giving Chamber. At the start of combat, take piercing damage equal to 50% of your max HP. All other heroes gain max HP equal to 25% of the initial damage and begin healing for the same amount over 10 seconds. Protected and unique. That's fascinating. Because first of all, it would instantly proc Juggernaut in every fight if we wanted to do that. Or you can just put it on a backliner with a big health pool and just be like, this unit's not going to get attacked. Let's just give max HP and healing to our other units, right?
That is super neat. And also, it's a really good item to be swapping between targets based on whether or not you're fighting enemies that are hitting the back line, hitting the front line, those kinds of things.
Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. Okay, the Pharaoh's Mark. For every 25 gold you have, apply a minor curse to a random enemy at the start of combat. Okay, cool. 30 gold, win.
Super neat.
And Reverie Totem. You can't use it after you die, they said about the gold, but here we are. Pharaohs, using it after we die. Reverie Totem says reduce the speed of all allies and enemies by 15% every 2 seconds. You are unaffected. Wait. What if? Oh. Is there a world where we put Reverie Totem on Berserker and they're just the only unit who's permitted to attack?
It feels like it is something, doesn't it? Right? Because... So, I think we're going to want to spend a lot of money because we're going to want to upgrade our gear. We're going to want to try and explore systems. So I feel like Pharaoh's Mark is something that you take on a much later run. I feel like Life-Giving Chamber, you've correctly identified what I would say is probably one of the best things we can do with it, which is the Juggernaut. But we're not really focusing on the Juggernaut's abilities as much. If maybe we'd upgraded Rampage prior, I'd be a little more keen.
Yeah. Well, we'll get more upgrades. We've been taking elites eagerly, you know, so...
That is very true. Also, the gold stash, by the way, would give us 40 for a legendary item. Reverie Totem does deeply interest me. It's just...
kind of hilarious, right?
What slot is the Berserker happy to give up here?
We would have to give up the bow. It would have to be the bow.
The starting MP seems important to me.
It's a big deal, right?
The ability to upgrade this and then get to 30 starting MP... is kind of like taking what another slot would be of another starting MP item.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Now, ultimately, I think that the legendary item is going to come out ahead because we're slowing down the whole fight. The one fight to where the legendary item doesn't come out ahead, for specifically the Berserker, is a fight where the enemies use a lot of active abilities. Because speed doesn't stop that, right? So even if the enemy is attacking once every 80 seconds, mana is still generating. And so that's what I'm worried about, is enemies with a bunch of active abilities. But
yeah,
base damage, like we're gonna tank it.
It is interesting. We've been talking. Oh, okay. So this still happens in the act break. Interesting.
We're home. Welcome home.
So,
yeah, okay, time out, pause time, yeah.
Right before we address that, as you were mentioning previously, the kind of idea of the curving, the kind of like curves that you would have to observe to know, like, when is this going to peak in its value? Is that necessarily going to occur before something else peaks in value over the course of the fight?
Yeah.
It feels like a lot of this game is kind of getting a sense for those curves. Because we can see here, like, the Berserker, like, you know, are they going to be better affected by having more starting MP and triggering Symbiote more commonly, or are they going to be better affected by everyone else being slower? And I'm easily won over by the argument that as soon as they're slower, our mana regeneration is more than enough. Effectively, what we're doing in a long enough fight is increasing our mana regeneration, scaling.
Yeah, for the other units. Yeah. Everybody's slowed down, so we're increasing the mana. Yeah, that's right.
That's just deeply interesting. We've also unlocked 2 new characters having done that mission. The Brawler. Cool. Do we want to go through and quickly do like a read of each of the abilities of the characters now that we understand them a little better? All right. So what are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 characters here. I'll take the Bard, the Gladiator, the Brawler, and the Frostmatzer, and I'll leave the remaining 5 in the bottom corner to you.
Okay.
So the Bard has, so far, reasonable attack speed, quite low on their mana cost. Power Chords, instead of dealing damage, your attacks apply bleed for 100% attack damage over 10 seconds. And Battle Ballad, if in the front row, increase the attack of all heroes by 6. If in the back row, heal all heroes for 10% of their max HP over 10 seconds. That's an active ability.
Interesting. I love that it's called Power Chords too. That's nice.
It's also got the kind of duality that a lot of bards have, where, like, you know, some way of building them is some sort of damage class, some way of building them is some sort of a kind of like a buffing class. Gladiator, for glory, permanently increase your max HP by 10 for every battle your party has been victorious in.
Oh, that's cool.
Your party has been victorious in, so if we pick them up now, they would actually gain that 100 HP. 10 victorious battles.
Oh, okay.
They also have... Sorry.
Do you think this goes on forever? Or do you think it's a 3-act system? Well, we'll see today.
I'm assuming it's a 3-act system, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Flourish, deal 150% attack damage. If your target has 35% max HP or less, deal double damage. The idea being that's kind of like a cleave kind of effect, I imagine. Not cleave as in AoE, but cleave as in, like, take the head off. Brawler, when attacked, either deal 30% attack damage to the attacker, or gain a shield equal to 3% of your max HP before being hit. Passive ability. They've also got a really low mana cost, lowest we've seen so far at 52. Combo, deal 150% attack damage, 90 to your target. The second time this ability is used, deal an additional damage. The third time its ability is used, stun your target for 3 seconds.
What about the 4th?
Yeah, exactly. On the 4th, does it do all of the effects? Does it cycle back to the 1st?
I don't know.
Certain there.
You die. Blasphemy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of effects like that. Like, I'm thinking in Magic the Gathering, like a pact that gives you 3 good effects, and then the 4th effect, you have to activate 1 at the start of every turn, and the 4th effect is you lose the game.
Right.
Frostmancer, chill your attacks and attacks against you, and your active ability, apply a frost. And that's 1 frost as well, so upgrading that ability would likely be 2 frost, right? That seems really interesting because of the frost stacking effects. Frostbite, deal 100% attack damage to all enemies. For each stack of frost on the enemy, deal an additional 15% and stun them for 0.25 seconds. Intriguing. Here is the Wild Mage, the first of yours.
I'm giggling because I've been staring at this the whole time. I kept being confused because I was like, you can see that there's a little blue and little red kind of stars or asterisks next to our units. And those are indicating ability upgrades and passive ability upgrades. But what's strange about it is they appear to the bottom left of the unit. And so I kept trying to figure out why the Juggernaut appeared doubly upgraded. But it's at the top left of items because our Huntress headdress is... Okay, but now that I see it, it's actually useful. We can quickly identify really who's replaceable, right? The unupgraded units could then be replaced by someone else. Okay, I'm ready to do my units.
Yeah. Interesting. Cool. All right. Here's the Wild Mage.
The Wild Mage. What can I tell you about this unit? They have a pretty even, just balanced stat line, same base DPS as our other DPS classes, with a passive ability Arcane Barrier. At the start of combat, gain a shield equal to 25% of your max HP. When you're attacked while you have a shield, deal 25% attack damage to all enemies. Passive ability. Cool. So kind of a tanky mage with an AoE explosion. Shield burst kind of style. And their active is Wild Burst. Deal 50% attack damage to a random enemy 4 times. Costs 5 less MP each time it's used. Self-scaling. This plus Symbiote is pretty hilarious, actually.
This plus Symbiote and Headdress of Fury is pretty ridiculous.
Can turn them into quite the damage class. Yeah, they might do better than the Berserker at the same job. That's pretty funny.
No kidding. Let's have the Pyromancer.
So this one is... the base stats are so funny because they're really like... I honestly think that you pay attention to the abilities and then just assume that the base stats are tuned around their power level.
Definitely for the first couple runs. Yeah.
Right? Like, it seems like Pyromancer would have a higher base DPS than some of the other classes. It's a Pyromancer. They do a ton of damage, right? Mm-hmm. But 28.6 is actually coming in slightly below the Wild Mage and the Berserker. But their damaging effects are probably really good. So we'll see... It says, passive, your attacks and attacks against you burn the enemy for 30% attack damage over 10 seconds. Passive ability. And then detonate, the active ability, is 50% piercing attack damage and detonate any burn effects on your target, removing them and dealing their remaining damage instantly. So you scale attack speed on this unit and attack damage, and it all works together. It's just like multiplicative scaling across those things.
Definitely seems so.
And the Paladin... Lower DPS, higher base defense. One of the highest we've seen. Maybe the highest we've seen. I don't know where Juggernaut is comparatively. High MP cost, though. Passive is Consecrate. Your attacks burn your target and adjacent enemies for 40% attack damage over 10 seconds, which means you could put Paladin and the Pyromancer together, and the Detonate would detonate the burns from the Pally as well. Mm-hmm. And then the active ability is Aegis. You and all adjacent heroes gain shield equal to your defense plus 100. Active ability, okay. Gain shield, wow, cool. And finally, Cleric. This unit is down the middle, slightly lower than average attack and DPS, but MP 62 is actually lower than some of our current units. Passive ability, Smite. What's behind door number 1? Can you open door number 1 for us?
Door number 1?
Is Smite. 50% attack damage is dealt to your target when you heal a hero by any means. Gain shield equal to 30% of your healing received. Whoa. Door number 2, please. Thank you. Bless. Heal the weakest adjacent hero for 10% max HP and remove all stacks of a random negative effect. That is super cool because Smite says when you heal a hero by any means, which means if you get healing effects from items, that's also going to be triggering Smite. Not that you're necessarily scaling damage with Cleric, but pretty cool. Lower base MP here. It's pretty neat.
That is super neat, although, apropos of the character themselves as well, there is an assassin down here just hiding.
We looked at this unit, though, in the first one. You in fact, even read it through. This is a poisoning unit that also has Garrett. Or Groat. Yeah.
Yes, of course. All right, well, that means we've gone through all of them, so I can take my rightful position back here. Do we have any inclination in particular?
Yes, I do. I have learned a lot about what we're doing and what works and what doesn't. What's interesting is that I think we've built a really, really strong build on our Berserker, but I think it's just a generally strong build. I think we were like tempted into it because of the Berserker's scaling, like self-scaling with their passive, but I honestly wonder if it would be stronger on a different class with a lower base MP or something like the Wild Mage with Wild Burst. With Berserker being doubly upgraded, I don't think we're cycling them out. They're in such a strong position right now that we should continue to try to use them, and so it's just I'm having done I feel like when I was in middle school, a librarian told me that the correct way to read a particular book that I was reading, which I think was Of Mice and Men, was to read the book and then to read the cliff notes for the book and then to read the book again. With the idea being, first you enjoy reading the book and you have an idea what's happening. And then when you read the cliff notes, you're getting a quick representation of it and you're picking up the core themes that might have been spread out across the book. And then when you go back in the next time, you're seeing all of the foreshadowing, and you're starting to like pull those pieces back in each time. And so second time in the tavern feels very different than the first. I'm seeing these units in a very different way with some context of what kind of enemies exist and what kind of items exist. And I'm now thinking that ability spam can be really strong, and there's some units who are like built for it, like the Wild Mage, right? So that's cool. But I think we should try to see if we should replace Juggernaut potentially with someone else.
Oh, honestly, so far this isn't saying replace. Although it looks like we might be able to. It does say just drag a hero to the right.
Okay, cool.
Now, I agree, by the way, in terms of the Wild Mage, the Wild Burst has Symbiote built into it. It reduces its MP each time it's used. Stacking that with Symbiote, and then possibly even with an upgraded Symbiote, getting 10, 11 removal every single time, and then stacking the Headdress of Fury, I love that. I think that's a really good idea. But it's also worth noting, as you said, we want to keep the Berserker around. But the Berserker's not bad without those. No. And in fact, it opens up the other Berserker build, which is just focusing on attacks.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So that I like the Wild Mage option a lot. Alternatively, I would be happy to put a buffer or healer on this team. Like a true buffer or healer, just for those fights to where we just can't out-tank them to keep the morale going. Or a second tank, because we've got 2 adjacency grids, right?
That's another thing I'm thinking about, right? The possibility of getting a second tank, the Gladiator.
So cool, we've listed every unit. Either we add another good damage dealer, or a buffer, or a cleric, or maybe a tank.
Maybe someone who can fulfill one or more of those roles, I think, is the realm we're going to want to be going in.
Preferably an adventurer.
Possibly
someone
in
with
tavern.
A passive and an active ability.
That's pretty broad. Gives us the ability to take basically anyone. I'm keen on the Wild Mage idea. If in terms of like looking for a direct healer, the most obvious on the board is the Cleric and the Bard. The Cleric.
Here's a consideration.
Yes.
Here's an idea. So we do want to find ways to constrain our decision space, right? The big strong things that we have are upgraded units. We should build around our upgraded units.
Yep.
And legendary items. And we just picked up a legendary item that says everybody attacks slower, except for whoever we choose, who's effectively going to be the only attacker on the board. Which means if we want to play around this, we should choose a unit who scales primarily through mana and activated abilities.
That's the Wild Mage, baby.
It's the Wild Mage, baby.
Get on our team. Get that head. Excuse me? I guess when we go out in the fight, it'll allow us to change our abilities and such. But
I do think that we're putting the Reverie on our Berserker. We do want them to be attacking all the time,
100%. Fully in agreement right there. All right, let's continue this adventure.
Which means the headdress might stay on Berserker too. Because the Wild Mage is not going to do basic attacks. Oh, but I guess that scales there.
Scales there.
Yeah,
Wild Burst,
you're
which
right.
hits 4 times as well, so I think it does go to them.
Wow, yeah.
Whoop. 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 And one more. Actually, you know what? Your active ability increases your speed by 10%. Does that want to go away from the... Maybe that doesn't want to go away from the Berserker.
Right.
Because like it's starting MP on the Wild Mage, but maybe we find something better for them later on instead.
I'm interested to see if this feels like we just made ourselves a lot stronger, or if we just like split ourselves in half. I think this is going to be very strong.
Just going to shuffle a couple of these around. Seems good at the moment. You have
this
the
is
Oracle.
Pretty sweet. Oh yeah, I am, and I've forgotten their voice, so whatever. They'll, as with most real life oracles, they're just a new person every time. Heroes, I am glad you made it. The town stirs. It is upon us.
What is it?
I know it to be a great evil, doomed to wander the skies for an eternity, searching for fragments it lost in a battle long past.
Fragments?
Lost souls. It travels as a single being, forged of millions. It was almost defeated long ago, much of its structure shattered to the stars.
Its weakness? Question mark?
These heroes are awesome, man. It will turn even the most valorous soldier into an agent of its desires. As the Astronarch, you are resistant to its corruption. You are the key to its defeat.
Let's make haste.
Be wary of its corruption, heroes. Allow me to aid you once more. Oh yeah, and we got to carry our potions too.
7 of Cups doubles the effect of all potions. A corn chip of sorts. The chariot.
Some kind of sacred chip.
Some sort of tortilla, perhaps. Chip of a tortilla variety in particular.
Greatly cooked.
The chariot, normal enemies can no longer be found in events. King of Wands, all merchant prices are reduced by 15%. We're carrying 73 into the next area. And healing received by all heroes is increased by 20% by the star.
That's kind of sweet. Those are good effects. Holy crap. Do we still get to see our previous effect?
Well, yeah, Temperance is still up here. So that's the max HP by 10% at all times.
Wow. So then if we also went healing, the survivability is pretty good. But are you not tempted by King of Wands?
I'm extremely tempted by King of Wands.
Yeah.
Because it feels like all merchant prices, right? So that's 15 we save on every upgrade, and we can upgrade multiple times per store. So if we go to a store with, just quick back at the 170 gold, we're going to be able to upgrade an item 2 times, such as Symbiote twice.
Oh my gosh. And then we'll just be spammy McSpammerson. That's a strong build. Let's do it. Let's commit to the bit.
I like it. Okay.
New places.
We have the alleys, home to cut purses and villainy. The cursed creatures of the alleys can bleed you dry in more ways than one.
They will take my gold.
Don't want that. No, thank you. The streets, normally a safe place for the common folk. The people of the streets have now been corrupted and imbued with strong magical abilities.
Okay.
And then the sewer, a filthy haven to only the most resilient creatures. This environment will test your fortitude, your stifle your healing.
Okay. All right. How many elites can we take?
1, 2, 3. 3 maximum.
Yeah, you want to do it?
I do really want to do that. We have the ability to get them from anywhere. We could even go like streets, go up for a single alleys battle, then event,
or even just
merchant.
the event. Yeah.
Oh, like that. You're right. We can go the streets event.
Bop. What I want is to make sure that we have at least the 85 gold before the merchant. But we should have no problem getting there, right?
Exactly. Okay.
Ooh, the town square.
We have a guard oath as well as a stubborn fool. Would you like to take the first?
Sure thing. Guard oath. 1100 HP makes this the most healthy non-boss fight that we've encountered so far. Non-boss, non-elite. With passive ability well fed, gain 100 frail defense, which is already reflected in the defense number. Gain 5 negate. So they will negate 5 of our negative effects. And active ability wallop. Deal 100% attack damage and disarm your target. And remember, disarm makes your attack bar go down instead of up for 3 seconds or something.
Yeah, it does. So
a guardian.
We have that character there. They're already targeting the Berserker. It seems like both of those are going to be targeting the unit in the front of the second party at the top. We also have the Stubborn Fool. They have 100 HP. They've got really low cost for their mana. It's 26 before they can cast. They have a Bag of Tricks. Apply a minor curse to all enemies every 3 seconds. And Dagger Toss is 150 to their attack damage thrown to a random enemy.
Wow.
Important.
Wow, and it's going to be going off a lot. That actually, this is the kind of fight to where you would ask yourself, should we dequip the Reverie? But I think we'll outpace them. So I might switch the Warlock up to the top, though, to help shield the Juggernaut.
Yes, definitely not against that idea. But yeah, no, I'm happy to send him out right now. See,
the Frost
how
is going to
do.
help us. Frost makes activated abilities more expensive too, doesn't it?
It does. Okay, so that random effect, we can see the random effect when it casts is basically fine. No one's super mad about it. The Juggernaut has taken a little bit of roughness here. They may not even go down, though, if we manage to finish this fight in fast enough time, and we do.
Nice. It was killing the back line. Upgraded items.
Items can go pre-upgraded. We know this one previously, Giant's Club. It was 10 attack. It was 3% of your current HP to your target on each attack. It's now 20 and 6. We've also got a Crag Cleaver. Your attacks reduce the target's defense by 2.
That's cool.
And Book of the First. Every 5 times you attack, you and a random adjacent ally gain negate. Which
is a pretty strong looking effect. And maybe even just something that we, put on and keep as a situational tool. The trouble is, I feel like I'm fixating on this, but Reverie really changes the game. Like, a lot of items are built around your attacks going off. And with Reverie, you basically have to assume that they don't. Like, for you, other than the one person who's wearing it, attacks aren't happening. It's a game of activated abilities, right? And so that's making it really interesting to evaluate gear.
Interestingly, none of our other gear cares about attacks. It's just Reverie, Starbeast, Songbird for increasing our speed, and then Royal Arbalest, which are all on the Berserker at the moment.
Yeah, and attack damage still matters for some of our activated abilities, like you say. So that's good. What, may I see our new potion though? Before there's one potion that I haven't seen. It's like a fire potion or some kind of red.
Oh yes, the health potion. This is one we got previously.
It's just healing.
Straight up 400 HP over 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. Wow. So if we're about to lose our Juggernaut or something, that's pretty good.
Although
what's
it
your
may
inclination
need to be done
for item here? True, because it's over time.
It's a good question. Like there is part of me that's like, ooh, that says
just take the upgraded thing.
That says it's upgraded, but at the same rate, who's it going on? Is it going on the Juggernaut, and then the Juggernaut never attacks?
Right. That's the problem.
And also, the Juggernaut is usually taking the damage as well. So the Juggernaut's current HP, because it's current HP, not max HP, is not necessarily always going to be that high.
Yeah.
We got the Book of the First. For every 5 times you attack, you and a random adjacent ally gain negate. There is part of me that says, hey, what if we took that and then we popped that onto the Berserker? The Berserker has Reverie, with all slow on everyone else. They've got the Sorry Songbird. Whenever they use their own attack active ability, they're going to speed up their own attacks, and then they've got this. So over the course of a long fight, they end up negating a huge amount of things, assuming they are the only one who's really doing too many attacks.
And here's my 2 cents. We're going to see more and more complex enemies. And when we see the enemy that has a bunch of debuffs, and we can just put this on, we might save ourselves, right? Like a poisoning enemy, as an example, we just save the run.
Very true. However, 25 gold is also on sale here. We got 24 there. We are pretty far from a merchant, but it's possible these events give us no income whatsoever.
Yeah. They could have fights, though.
They could do.
Fights are money.
The world where we take 170 to the upgrade store, to me, might be the best world that exists, because we're thinking of the possibility of putting 2 on Symbiote and just balling out of control with a Wild Mage. Wild Mage, damage dealt. It actually it was the second damage dealer right there.
Berserker is just double upgraded. I mean,
that is also exactly. It's comparing disfavorably against the Berserker with a double upgrade on 2 different things.
Right.
But the idea of having the 2 upgrades, to me, okay, maybe it's on Symbiote. Maybe it's double on Reverie.
Yeah, and just really commit. That's true.
So I'm kind of looking towards.
I'm good with either. I'm good with Book as sideboard item, or I'm good with Gold Stash as let's get the build that we have as strong as we can get it. It certainly is strong.
I'm gonna take the money. I think you're right that having some negate is gonna make a lot of sense, especially once we start going to the sewer more consistently. And our first elite battle is even in the sewer.
Do you want to go down or do you want to go up and come back down?
So I was thinking of, right, yeah, because we could just event, and then merchant if we're assuming we're going for 2 events.
Which is fun, because it's fun to see events. We've just started the game. Seeing events is fun.
And it's true. The streets do seem like the safest place for us, so I think we would probably go ahead
just take another battle here. Okay.
Consider what else
and then
choose.
Sure. Sure. Two's Company.
Two's Company. We have a Wretch, Volatile Resistance. Gain 500 shield as their passive ability. Attackers have a 20% chance to grant you negate and apply negate to themselves. Sap Magic. Remove all of the target's MP and deal piercing damage equal to 3 times the amount removed. Active ability.
Interesting.
That's gonna harm our Juggernaut somewhat, but I honestly think this is just a set him, let him go.
Yeah, in we go. If it's going terribly, we've got to heal, but I suspect that we just win.
I believe so as well. I'm not... Well, I was about to say I'm not seeing the world where this goes awfully for us, although that was the first activation of our halfway ability. Yeah, and then we just destroyed them.
Yeah.
Wild Mage getting closer to the Berserker's damage numbers.
Yeah, and that's before any major upgrades.
Kunai, your attacks deal additional damage equal to 15% of your defense to all enemies. We've seen that one prior. We've also seen Fenrir's Bane prior. Bone Spike Armor.
Wait, had we? What's Fenrir's?
At the start of the combat,
more
deal
frost
50% attack. Yeah, it's the frost.
Got it.
And then we have the Bone Spike Armor, 15 defense, as well as attackers bleed for 20 damage over 10 seconds.
That's pretty sweet. More defense would feel nice on our... Can we look at Juggernaut's build again? It's been a while.
So the Juggernaut has currently got the Fool's Crown. Attackers have a 50% chance to grant a minor blessing. Assumingly, the Juggernaut is going to be attacked the most out of anyone on the field, so they're going to activate it as commonly as they possibly can. Blade of the Fallen gives them 10 defense as well as Divine at the start of the fight.
Yeah, literally immune. So good.
It is good. It is good. Is it incredible? Depends on the enemy, I guess.
I think it's incredible.
Fair. Then the Defense Gauntlet related to their max HP in a single hit. I don't know if I've ever seen that activate. I need to keep a closer eye.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it just for the HP and defense. I'm pretty tempted here to take the defensive plate or money. But the defensive plate is nice. Like I would at this point, the Jester's Crown could go. And either to put it on another unit, like on the other adjacency grid, or just to sell it and take more defense.
Yeah, there is that as well, right? The midway play of taking the Bone Spike Armor, using that over the top of the Fool's Crown. I'm assuming you can equip 2 of the same type of item on a single character. It doesn't give us any information that would say otherwise. And then...
Because we've got 2 weapons on our Berserker right now. An Arbalest and a bow. So I think it's purely just, you can't have 2 of the same thing, but you can have whatever 3 items you want.
Definitely seems it. But this opens up the possibility of selling the Fool's Crown later, right? So we're getting the item and we're also getting money.
Yeah. I kind of like that. Plus the bleed gives us another kind of guaranteed AoE damage. Like if we're fighting the gnats, as an example, that's really effective. It's just spreading damage across them.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Pop that on you, and then just get the extra HP. Yeah, on the Wild Mage.
Right. Yeah, just on someone, yeah.
Or really not matter. Probably not an event in the alleys, because that seems more likely to take money from us if the event's location specific.
Or we could get money by jambling. It's possible that there's a jambling opportunity.
Should we jamble?
You know, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
That's yes. The merchant will pay you handsomely for any unwanted ability orbs. When's that going to happen?
Ooh. Never?
Lost backpack. The hero spot a backpack with barely any blood on it. With no sign of the owners, there's little sense in leaving good loot to go to waste. Snatch an item and 12 gold pieces. This is just full plate armor for 22 defense.
Nice. We could put that over the gauntlet then. Like you said, they're never taking a 20% hit. And then put the gauntlet on someone else.
And then that would go on the person who has the least max HP. So, well, Safeguard is giving you a little bit of HP, but so is Symbiote. So I guess we don't really have a choice there. Yeah, I like that extra money.
Free loot.
We may end up needing to sell 1 or 2 items, possibly, in order to have a look at the double upgrade on Reverie Totem and stuff like that. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
We'll burn that. Yeah, exactly. We don't have to burn it yet.
Ooh, would you like to take the Wandering Wizard?
Sure. This is the Wandering Wizard. An odd individual approaches with a feline tail protruding from beneath their robes.
I'm going to need your best Khajiit.
Hail, travelers. For a mere pittance, I shall transform an item of yours into another. I am afraid I cannot guarantee any specific outcome, but the spectacle alone is worthwhile, no?
We may transform our bone spike armor, losing 1 gold. We may transform our headdress of fury, please no, losing 1 gold. We may intimidate them, which will gain us 2 items but lose morale, or we can just leave.
Interesting. Transform the bone spike armor.
Doesn't morale have some scaling element in it? Didn't we find that there was some like for every 5 morale that you have, something was happening?
We'd previously seen an item relatively early on that said something along the lines of, with more morale, it has different effects.
Right.
But I don't believe there's anything in play at the moment that's related to that. The Bone Spike armor is our effective, like, bleed in AoE kind of situation.
It's pretty good.
Previously set up. It seems like it will be good, especially if we end up in swarms, and it seems like if we go to the sewer, swarms seem likely.
That's just possible, yeah.
Flavor-wise, at least.
I just want to give you permission to intimidate this Khajiit wizard.
Cool.
It's okay. They'll be okay, and it's. I'm sure that we'll treat them to a drink at the tavern later.
You embodied the character well enough that I felt like I was going to be offending a friend, effectively.
Right. But as the Khajiit, I want you to know that I would expect the adventurers to do what they could to survive. And that's exactly what we'll do. The hero's eyes glaze over as a faint whisper echoes on the wind. As they approach, the wizard trips, and 2 items fall out of his sleeves before he gets up and scurries away.
How's he keeping an Impaler and a Fenris Bane up his sleeves? Like, I've heard of wizard sleeves.
Dropped my pole arm and my halberd. Oh boy, just right up there in my wizard's robe. He's like 16 feet tall.
He's just got a weapons rack in his sleeve. This is where I keep them.
When the wizard walks, it sounds like an armory is in full action. It's like, okay, buddy, all right. What kind of magic do you do?
I hear a small skirmish. It sounds like 2 armies fighting in a battle. Oh, it's just the wizard walking over.
Have I told you the story of the Bell Wizard?
No.
Have I said this on? Have I? Okay, I'll try to keep it brief because honestly, I'm enraptured by this game. I'm having a blast.
As am I.
I played a D&D game, a campaign, tabletop role-playing campaign, with a friend and there was a lot of good hijinks happened, but this friend created a character that they called the Bell Wizard. And they were a kind of eccentric character, and they wore this hat with bells on it.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they would go into a combat, the first thing they would do, always, was ring-a-ding-ding a bell and say a magical incantation, abracadabra alakazam, and then see what happened. And then immediately afterwards, they would pull out their greatsword and cleave the enemy in 2. It was just a fighter. They were totally a pure strength fighter class, but they had this gimmick to where they thought they were a wizard, and they pretended to be a wizard all the time, or they really thought they were, and they tried to use bell magic, and it always failed, and then they just had to kill things with swords. And it was just a fantastic roleplay. Really good.
Those are the characters I love so much because they make the experience so much more fun. They kind of tie together. Yeah, because it's the
kind of thing that you wouldn't, that class doesn't exist in a game. You've actually made something that's, kind of unique and fun and different.
I was thinking for a moment there it was going to be similar to the Marvel character. I don't know if his name is actually Dr. Bong, but he's just got a big old bell for a head. And he gets into battle and he rings the bell.
Bong. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know this character.
He's a weird one. I've only seen him in like a couple of comics from the Deadpool series. So
interesting.
Definitely seems like an E to Z list area.
Got you.
All right, Merchant.
All right.
Would you like a Impaler / Fenrir's Bane? How much would you pay us
maybe
for
these
them?
weapons aren't so bad.
Maybe they're not so bad. However, this is going to be 45% every 2 seconds with 2 upgrades.
Should we look at the items and like,
Almost certainly.
entertain the concept that we would do something other than a double upgrade?
Sure. I'll take the top line this time so you have the legendary items. Searing Edge, +10 in speed. Your attacks burn your target for 20 damage over 10 seconds. Salem's Shadow Boots, 10% speed. At the start of combat, gain 20 attack for 6 seconds. The Defense Gauntlet, we've seen this prior. The Mana Spring Amulet, we've also seen prior.
Mm-hmm.
Although it is 20% more mana per second, which...
And this time, it's even more exciting, and we could potentially upgrade it. Okay. Now we've got the Maiden's Mirror. When you heal a hero by any means, a random damaged hero is additionally healed for 30% of the value, which looks like it would stack really nicely on the Cleric. Because then that is also a healing effect, which also sets off the Cleric Smite.
That is very true, right? You can double dip on those.
Cool. Mm-hmm. And the Esoteric Keystone. You gain 25% of the MP expended by enemies. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Particularly in a world to where enemies are, where the whole battle is effectively MP bound because of our Reverie, then getting that MP back even harder. It did look like there might be like an animation time, like there might be a minimum time for abilities to cast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pay attention to that.
It also just doubles.
Wow, that's ridiculous, man. Cure All, remove a random negative effect from all heroes, a potion. And this other potion is a Mana Bomb. All enemies lose 50 MP. Cool.
Neat. Very, very, very neat.
Oof.
Man.
So here's one thing that I think. I think I'm perfectly happy selling our weapons, first off. I think that double upgrading Reverie right now would probably be a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And here's why. Until we fully get online all of the support abilities for our team, double upgrading Reverie will end up costing us more damage than we expect because enemies' abilities will be effectively outpacing all of our attacks, right?
Yes.
And so while the Berserker is a significant amount of our damage, until we get the Warlock, or rather the Wild Mage a bit upgraded and upgrade Symbiote, I think that it would be a mistake to go full in on Reverie. We kind of want to match it with our other items. That's just my intuition, right? That's just my intuition.
I agree. I agree, right? I think that is something that we could take care of after, for instance, the possible double Symbiote upgrade, which is my pitch for this area.
Or even just a single on that, and then like buying the Esoteric's Keystone, or a single on that and a single on the Reverie, I think is quite potentially quite good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think there's a lot of options. I just don't think it's double Reverie. That's the main thing.
Interesting. So the thing is, so I'm seeing like this is a static amount, right? The Headdress of Fury is increasing your attack by a static amount. The way to break that is to cast the active ability more commonly. The Symbiote is not static. It scales better the more it happens. Don't need to worry about Fool's Crown at all. So the idea of double stacking Symbiote to me, so what, you're decreasing by 5 MP each time it's used? It's possible that an upgrade to Wild Burst would decrease by 10 MP each time it's used. And then if this is also increasing by 9 after 2 upgrades, suddenly you're getting down to just combo casting instantly, which scales this ridiculously. So in my mind...
I think we made a mistake, Rhaps.
Did we?
I just had an aha moment.
Uh-oh.
Reverie says what?
Speed of all allies.
So, do you suspect that this is a negative effect?
Oh, as in something that could be negated?
Yes.
I imagine so.
Because I wonder if the book, with as much as the Berserker is attacking, if book on Berserker could cause this to just be a massive debuff to our enemies by protecting our allies from the minus speed.
The book projected a negate to one adjacent ally, right?
Every 5 attacks. Yeah.
Anyway,
it's something to look for, is potentially a couple negates. You know, there's an item like the shield that gives us a couple negate right at the beginning of the fight. And if I understand this correctly, that should be able to block this effect.
That seems likely. To me.
Okay.
Yeah, I also do like the idea of trying to incorporate the Esoteric Keystone. The only reason I don't like the Esoteric Keystone as much as I like the idea of trying to continue with Symbiote is because the Esoteric Keystone, even if this is giving us 75% of the MP expended by enemies, it's going to be less effective than just decreasing the cost.
Than just making
the
it
thing
free.
Down to 0.
Yeah.
In my mind.
I like it. I'm at least 1 upgrade on Symbiote, if not 2. I'm 100% in. What's the second one even look like, I wonder?
Yeah, it's exactly what we would have assumed. 9 each time.
3, 6, 9, and then that means pretty quickly you're just constantly casting the effect. It's pretty wild.
And
do you want to sell these 2 weapons?
I really do. I really want to get that second part of that online. We do need to sell both of them in order to get it as well. Literally,
the key.
I'm not going to click it yet until we have some sort of an agreement.
I'm just thinking a lot here. Honestly, I would be perfectly happy with double symbiote, and I think that's where we're going. I'm thinking about the future, because obviously we're using our attack and we're using it for our activated ability, but man, it sure would be nice to like use that for an attack damage every once in a while too, right? We've got this wild mage who's going to have 200 attack by the end of the fight. Like, they're a monster.
Sure, but like, if they were to break pace to attack, it would be 2 times less powerful currently than the Wild Burst.
True.
And it also wouldn't scale their further attack. I think when we think about the term attack damage, we're often thinking about this is applied by an attack and then sometimes by an ability. But it almost always defines the ability in this game. So it may as well be called attack and ability power.
Let's go double symbiote and go to the moon. I think that this is going to catapult Wild Mage in a lot of fights ahead of Berserker, actually.
Yes.
I want to see, but I think there's a good chance.
I strongly believe that in the next fight, the Wild Mage is going to be possibly even double the damage of the Berserker.
Especially since it's an elite, so it'll go longer.
The Mother Rat. Would you like to take this one?
Sure. And thanks for being patient in that store. Mostly I was just using that as an opportunity to reflect and think about where we were going next and like progress this build, right? So, but I this is very strong. The Mother Rat, another elite here, and now they are scaling up substantially. This is 2,000 base HP this time. With passive ability Spawn, every 6 seconds, summon a stink rat and redirect all enemies to it. And then active ability Consume, deal piercing damage to your target equal to your target's HP. What? Oh, but it's 130. Oh, dude. We might want to dequip Reverie in this fight, actually. This is a good opportunity for us to just rush.
How much damage is really being contributed by the other things on the board?
The key thing is going to be the Consume. That's the thing we're worried about.
You're right. So anything that gets us further away from that is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that.
Swippity swap.
Do we want the Juggernaut in front of the Mother Rat instead? It's going to take more damage from it, but I mean, it's also piercing.
I think the key is that we don't want the Berserker to get consumed. Yeah, we want to make sure that the last thing to get consumed are our Wild Mage and Berserker, so that they like win.
Okay, totally agree.
But I think that we're gonna win. I wanted to be sure that we didn't lose to the fact that we weren't attacking enough or something.
We also do have the ability to silence for 10 seconds. Right. After 4 seconds, under these effects become immune. Okay, so it would be 4 seconds of silence and 10 seconds of ruin to the enemy, should we do that. We also have the health potion, which isn't going to be relevant for the target that it consumed, but it will be relevant for the other targets on the board.
I think we'll win. I think our burst is absurd.
I agree.
Oh, but they're gonna land to consume. Somebody's getting 8, unless you want to silence. We have a chance. Dude, you should do it. Yeah, you should do it. You saved someone's life. That was worth 2 morale, at least, for sure. That's sweet.
Okay. It's fine. We can talk about that in a second. Unstable Orb, we've seen it before. Hero Sigil, we've seen it before. Shadow Blade, your attacks deal an additional 30% attack damage to a different random enemy. This scales rather than 30 attack. It's 30% of your attack damage to a different random enemy.
That's pretty cool for Berserker, actually. That's a potential pretty cool item for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not awful. We do see the Wild Mage did not eclipse the Berserker in that fight.
That's incredible. How are they? And they don't even have the headdress anymore. It's just because Berserker's double upgraded. It's like a pure class level thing that's going on.
Wild Burst 4 times to 8 times. It's not costing less, by the way. So I think because Wild Burst does not decrease its MP when it's upgraded, that makes the other item that we put on it, the forgotten its name already, Symbiote, makes that significantly better as an upgrade. Yeah.
Gosh, we need some initial MP on this unit. Like they just need they need some help getting started.
I think it's pretty clear that we just dropped that on the Wild Mage. It's enough of our build.
I'm feeling like the damage is block right now. I agree.
And then we do have a couple other options. We also do have the Gold Stash again and Merchant in 3 spaces time.
Yeah, because we're going to another elite right away, right? I think we should.
Take the gold?
Take just money. Yeah. We've got a strong build.
We may
I'm excited to be able to put Reverie back online here too, hopefully.
Exactly. We may end up even upgrading Reverie in this upcoming shop because now we do have the Wild Mage online, and the longer the fight goes, the more the Wild Mage will just dunk nerds.
That's right. Nerds will be dunked.
Ooh,
coin.
The Gravedigger.
This one's you.
Ooh, boss enemy. We've seen that before. Snooze heals for 1% max HP every 2 seconds, increasing the effect by 1% each time. Getting hit by an attack has a 20% chance to reset this effect. We have to take Reverie off the GD board again. Bury an enemy who has dealt the most damage, takes 200% attack damage, 640, and is stunned for 5 seconds.
Oh, jeez, man.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
Okay, well, that doesn't kill any of our units as long as they haven't taken damage already.
But the old Berserker is very likely to be that, so I think we will pop the Juggernaut in front of them.
What does the passive say? 1% increasing the effect by getting hit. So they need to get hit to reset the ability.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So that it's that's not going to be ridiculous. Funny, man.
We're going to get some crazy legendary, negate the whole team item, and then we'll be able to run Reverie 100% of the time. That would be really sweet, actually.
Put that up on the top. We have no potions, so this is just one where we get to watch it go.
Watch it happen. Honestly, I think we're in.
So the Berserker was dealt the damage by the enemy's ability there.
But now Wild Mage takes over, which means they'll get hit next by the ability.
That is good. They're kind of splitting the priority of it there.
And now the Berserker heals back up, so if they were to overtake, they wouldn't die. That actually worked out really well. That was really cool. Oh, but we got KO'd right at the end. We lost our Juggernaut right in the last second.
It was like 5 seconds before the end. They just don't do a giant animation when they take that.
Okay. I didn't notice it.
It was about the same time that the Wild Mage got hit with the other, so that there was kind of like...
Got you.
Attention being demanded by something else at the same time.
Got it.
We've got another Vial of Sorrows, as well as an Ability Orb for their passive ability. The Wild Mage's passive ability is, at the start of the combat, gain a shield equal to 25%. I guess we'll see that as well as the upgrade at the same time. 25% of your max HP, upgrades to 50% of your max HP. If you're attacked while you have a shield, deal 25% attack damage to all enemies, 50% attack damage to all enemies. I mean, this does mean, by the time that the Wild Mage, if everyone else gets KO'd, right, and then the Wild Mage is just standing there with shields at the end of the fight, they blow up enemies because their attack damage is huge.
That's true. Or we could even start using them as an actual tank. Like there's a world to where we start letting them get hit with just like shielding item to support, the necromancer with the shield item next to them so that they constantly have some shield. That's actually pretty cool. Although
it's not too bad an idea.
What's the passive ability upgrade for Juggernaut at this point though?
That would be the one we saw prior of the attack and defense increasing by 20 to 40. And the amount of healing of your max HP going from 15% to 30%. The Juggernaut is activating this almost every single fight. I know it's a passive ability, so it's in, but it's a triggered passive ability. This is almost always activated. So I could see a huge amount of value in taking this upgrade.
Unless we're about to start trying to tank some with the Wild Mage, I think we upgrade the Juggernaut here. Which is a valid path, but then also will constrain our items, right? Because we're trying to make our items be pure offensive. And if we're going to let the Wild Mage get hit some, then we would like to include some defensive effect. Like I said, the ring, running Wild Mage and Necromancer with the ring side by side gives some guaranteed shield, but they're not going to have any defense. So
exactly. Yeah, as you were talking about that in terms of the Wild Mage, you'd previously also said that you wanted starting MP on the character, and then also now that we want more shield on the character. And it seems to me that like we're now looking at the one item that will fill both of those roles. Like there might be an item like that, but not many of them. So I agree.
And it's going to be legendary or something, right? Yeah.
We also have the bound elements we've seen prior. Spring Amulet.
There it is.
Okay.
We'll take it.
And the Robes of Absorption steal 1 MP from attackers.
Which is technically a way to do both, but I think this is the mana.
It's true. All right. Totally agreed.
That's so strong, dude. Come on, Reverie. Let us use you. One time. You're going to another merchant.
Fight. Yeah.
Just get some upgrades.
Oh, of course. We got it.
Oh. An exotic merchant. May I?
Please do.
Oh, please. After you. The heroes are approached by a merchant wearing a harness with a table attached. Merchant. Adventurers, step into my office. I sell a variety of powerful elixirs not available anywhere else in all the realm. We have many options available to us. We can sample their goods for free. All heroes gain a random lesser effect permanently. For 34 gold, we can buy a Vitality Elixir. All heroes gain 50 max HP and 5 defense permanently. For 38 gold, a Wisdom Elixir. All heroes reduce the cost of their active abilities by 5 MP permanently. And for 42 gold, a Strength Elixir. All heroes gain 8 attack permanently.
Teak?
Yes?
Teak, how wise do you feel? In terms of inches of beard, how wise do you feel?
I'm like, there's a bird nest in there, I'm like, I'm having to tie it into my robe, and to keep it from dragging, or getting in my way in combat. I'm like, I'm starting to wrap it back around my head. And I'm actually fully shaved. I'm bald, but it looks like the beard from the dude in Anthrax. Like it's serious. So I'm feeling very wise.
I could not agree more.
Merchant, a wonderful choice. Now it's important to understand that some of the side effects may include the growth of webbing between the fingers and the toes. I personally see them as added benefits, but the authorities do say otherwise.
Look, I've been slow in water for too long.
Unfortunately, now we have a weird gold amount for this merchant, but that was very good.
A little bit of a weird gold amount. We have the Reckless Dueling Blade plus 10% to our attack. Your attacks deal additional damage to your target equal to 6% of your own missing HP.
That's cool.
Watcher's Hatchet. Your attacks... this is plus 50 HP as well as plus 5 attack. Your attacks deal additional damage equal to 30% of your own defense. The Book of the First, which we'd seen prior. The Cosmo Mantle, plus 35 starting MP, plus 5 defense.
Whoa, it's the item.
Upgrades to 70 plus 10. That is so... What? Game?
That's hilarious, dude. It's the item. It's as promised. That is amazing.
Anyway,
funny.
so it's going to be a rare thing that we're probably not going to find. We've seen the Maiden's Mirror prior, we've seen the Mystical Fruit prior, we've seen the Bubble Blizzard, as well as the Mana Spring Elixir.
Oh, that's amazing. How much is this Jester's Crown worth?
It's a good question. It sells for 20. That would give us only...
80.
If we sell 2 items, we have the ability... Or if we sell one that's a higher quality, so purple would actually just give us the 85 for the possible upgrade. I'm still looking at the realm where we possibly upgrade either the Mana... Actually, what would the Mana Spring upgrade do? 40%. 4 per second. God. Is it that?
It's pretty good. What were you selling, though?
It's a great question, is it not? Like, I'm looking at the defense gauntlet with a side eye, like, maybe it's your time.
What is its effect again? Has it ever activated?
I'm not certain it has. When losing 20% of your max HP to a single hit, gain a shield equal to 5% of your max HP, and deal 30 piercing damage to all enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the trouble, right? Is that on our tank, they're never actually taking this 20% hit. Although now they might be. And piercing damage to all enemies. It's like clearly a good item, but we have failed so far. We have failed so far to get full utility out of it. I'm sure there are fights for it. I'm sure there are builds for it, but we have struggled to get full utility from it. That's for sure. Which does make me wonder, yeah, maybe it's a sale.
I think so. Because we can also just pop a Fool's Crown on you and just give you 100 max HP as kind of like a consolation prize for it, right? We can keep the Fool's Crown.
Yeah.
You keen on the Mana Spring Amulet still, or is
I love this. I just can't believe that the item is here for the tanking Wild Mage. It's just ridiculous, man.
It always happens. As soon as you call that something will not occur, but it's something that would have been good for you, the game is like, oh, that's what you think, is it?
Oh, it's not happening.
Let me work on behind the scenes.
Tell me more. Do you want to go event, elite, event, or event, fight, boss?
Event, fight, boss. As in, so the event, elite, event, fight, boss. Is that it? Yeah. At the very least, if there's anything else that I would change, it would be, you know, after we get to this space, just in case we get a bunch of gold. But even then, I kind of like the rest of that path. So yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. I'm liking the merchants to where we have enough gold to double upgrade. That way it feels like we have maximum, you know, utility of the node in those cases. Also, the one lock of hair continues to rebel. Why, behave. I'm going to cut it off. I'm just going to shave next time. Whenever the time comes, soon, I need to go get a haircut anyway, and I'm going back to the full skin fade, okay? I mean, it's going to be a radically different human being.
I've been thinking about it a lot recently as well, actually, because I've always had this rule of if my hair looks bad for a full week, if at no point do I like how my hair looks, I'm giving up. I'm going to go get a cut, right? It's usually in terms of like the length it grows to. And I had a 5-day. I had a 5-day period, but then the 6th was sweet as hell. So
okay, well then you survived. You made it. That's a good rule.
Exactly. I quite like it. Also, you know, there is a little part of it that does save money on haircuts.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's time for us to gamble. Gambler. Always a winner. The dice decide the prize. The higher the roll, the better the prize. Roll 1 dice, gain an item. The Jambler says, and the roll is 4. A delicious potion for the thirsty travelers.
So if we had 30 gold, we would have rolled 2 die, and maybe we would have gotten like a legendary or something?
We did get a Bottle Blizzard, which ain't bad. 5 Frost at the very start of the fight is 10% reduced speed on the enemies, as well as an increase of 10 to their active ability cost.
Yep.
Guess that means it's elite time.
Plus, it's minus 25 attack, right? It's like it's quite the potion.
Definitely seems
Bandit Baron.
This one's on you.
Another elite. This one's passive ability is Tax. Enemy active abilities cost an additional 20% MP, and you gain 20% of the MP expended. Shakedown is their active. Deal 25% attack damage to all enemies and remove a random positive effect from each. Steal one of the removed effects. If an enemy doesn't have an effect removed, they bleed for 100% attack damage over 10 seconds. Yeah.
When are we going to get to use the Reverie?
Maybe Reverie is okay here.
I'm thinking because the enemy has like an AoE effect to all of us, as well as if they do it enough times and there's no positive effects to remove, they're suddenly dealing ridiculous damage. I'm thinking slowing down the fight is, again, not necessarily our priority here.
Yeah, you're right. It might just be, this may be a consequence of fighting a lot of elites. It may be that Reverie is particularly good for regular enemies who tend to have more kind of watered down actives and just like hit you for damage, right?
Although I think Reverie is going to be a lot easier to use now that we have Mana Spring and the double symbiote. I think the Wild Mage is going to be more than happy to blow enemies up. It doesn't even say to a random different enemy as well. That was something I was a little conscientious about, the possibility of it like having a keyword
being
that I missed.
8 wide. Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, I honestly, if I was going to do anything, it would be pop the Bottled Blizzard at the start of this fight. But other than that, I don't really have a inclination.
Well, I would pop the Bottled Blizzard because it says it lowers their attack for 6 seconds. I would pop it before their active goes off because their active scales with attack. So that might actually be a good idea. Because of the bleed.
Right, and applying the increase in the active ability cost is instantly going to have an effect. We don't need to do that early. Okay, I like that. And still leaving Reverie off?
I think so, yeah. I feel so weird about how often we've removed it, you know?
Okay,
there's that bleed. Oof. Dude, I would pop that potion.
Already did. Did it before they did their first cast. Okay, we've lost one. Looks like we may actually lose a second here. No, didn't.
We made it. Nice. Well, Juggernaut did their job.
Yeah, no kidding. Ooh, is this going to help them? Safety Slime, 15 defense. Apply a poison to attackers for 3 damage every 3 seconds.
That's cool.
There's also a Watcher's Hatchet.
Upgraded.
It is upgraded as well. 100 HP, 10 attack. Your attacks deal additional damage equal to 60% of your defense. It is worth noting the Juggernaut is currently stacking defense on themselves, but without upgrading their individual items, that's a little...
Yeah, and where would we put it? We need a 4th slot. Whoa!
We need a 4th slot. Lich's Rhaps, plus 10 starting MP, negative 4 ability cost. Wild Mage is doing the most damage now.
You know, the ability matters for the Berserker too.
It definitely still do. They're not going to be too sad to do that. They're going to get extra speed out of it. It's more starting MP as well, so they'll have the ability to get Wild Strikes off earlier, giving them the ability... I mean, the Ruin applied to enemies is also relatively significant, but it gives them the ability to start scaling with that for their Frenzy. I'm not
it certainly
that.
fits. It fits in what we're doing overall, which is a build that focuses on, when it can, taking advantage of built-in scaling and ability spam, right? And so... like, we won't need the money immediately anyway. We might as well take the item. We can get immediate utility out of it, and we can shuffle.
So it is also worth noting, if instead we went Gold Stash and then sold the Fool's Crown, we could upgrade another item. Which may even end up being a defensive item, like Plate of the Fallen. Yeah.
How much is this Gold Stash?
So we've got 24 ourselves. We've got 24 we get from the victory as well.
I think
that isn't collected yet.
Is that not the 24 from the victory?
God, it may be. Yeah, because we expended all in the merchant, and then the event gave us nothing. Yeah, okay, so you're right.
Yeah, we were at 0.
So we can't. Yeah.
No, but that's a good point, though. If that was additional and we could get there, that would be pretty nice.
Second File of Sorrows. We've also got the ability upgrade. This could be on the Juggernaut again.
Yeah, and I love it. Love it.
It's another 20 and another 15 rather than
60 defense. That's, if nothing else, just the fact that they'll be at 140 defense or something is ridiculous.
Yeah, they lead damage taken pretty significantly. They don't lead damage healed.
Why is the Warlock taking so much damage?
Well, the Warlock would have taken the damage after the Juggernaut died, and it would have been the secondary target.
Right.
It's weird. The Juggernaut really isn't doing much healing at all.
Yeah, because it's just this. It's just this. The Berserker is going to outpace their healing substantially. But the Berserker doesn't have defense, so they're not necessarily actually more survivable.
Let's take that and pop that on there. And then, yeah, definitely skip the Merchant this time.
Too poor. Next time.
Ooh.
A pale figure. Your heroes are approached by a slouched, pale figure. Pale man says, "Who among you is healthy with vigor? I require sustenance. Allow me to feed upon you, and I will bestow you with the most valuable treasure." Yikes. You can agree to be fed upon by a pale figure to gain a special item, but to lose half of your morale. Half. You can kill the pale figure to gain a special item, but a random hero will lose 5 attack, 5 defense, and 5% speed permanently. Or you can run, and we'll get 5% extra speed next combat. Do you want to spend some morale?
We have another event. We would definitely have a normal combat before we get to the boss, significantly decreasing the value of run. I'm fine with either of the top 2 options, because in my mind, the kill option is rough if it hits the Berserker. Full stop.
Right. If it hits the other 3, not terrible. I mean, we don't really want to lose defense on anyone, really, but it's certainly not the end of the world. And maybe morale is we've stockpiled quite a bit of morale.
Yeah, we can also throw that. Like it. I imagine that as I know more about the game, I would probably want to do the top option more commonly. But my inexperience with the game is leading me to want to do the second instead. Just because of the possibility that we suddenly run into more morale traps or suddenly lose a bunch of morale in a boss fight or some such.
Right, it probably extends the game more. Okay, well, kill this vampire. It hit our Berserker. Sade. The heroes overpower the pale man swiftly, taking his treasure. As the life ebbs from his body, a red mist forms and jumps down the throat of the Berserker. They feel a frailty creep over them. -5 attack.
We pick up Vampiric Guard. Attack and active ability damage you take is reduced by 30% and is instead dealt as bleed damage over 10 seconds.
Oh man, tank mode activate. That plus the other bleed item for even more bleed? Or is that what's getting kicked?
It's instead dealt as... No, I think we still take the bleed damage, right? But it's 30% less than the initial damage stack and instead is dealt over 10 seconds, so it's slower. I don't think it's dealing the bleed damage back to the enemies, unless I'm misreading this horribly.
I see. Attack and active ability damage you take is reduced by 30% and is instead dealt as bleed. I see. So you don't take regular damage anymore. You're just getting a global 30% reduction in damage taken. Full stop. And you're also making the damage take 10 seconds to deal. But it's incredible. It's still incredible.
I think so. I think attackers bleeding for 20 damage over 10 seconds may not be significant enough to outweigh the 7 extra defense given by full plate armor.
Yeah.
My pitch would be...
Yeah, unless we fight someone who's attack spamming or AoE fight, as said. Yeah. Agree. That's a pretty stout item. I'm interested to see if we think over time that we would have rather gone... I'm curious. Like, I think my intuition was morale, but when we run into the thing that's like, you need 25 morale to survive this, then we'll be really happy that we have the morale, right? We're not going to die from the Berserker being 5% less effective or 5 damage less effective.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Like, when you know your allowances, right? Because you've played so much more of the game, you'll know, like, oh, I can skate by on 3 morale past this area, those kinds of things. But it is very much kind of like a hedge my bets kind of situation of trying to extend effectively the run.
Yeah.
Do we want to go to another event or a normal battle?
Yeah. I love events.
Yeah. Question marks rock.
They do.
Hidden cache.
And I'm learning.
The heroes spot a small concealed drawer built into the wall. Drawer without an ER.
Draw.
Any treasures contained
It's a gun,
within.
actually.
The gun is the wall is just
Draw.
like pick lock, 25% chance to loot, 25% chance the owner returns.
I wonder if there's blue text here if you have like the assassin. That would be-
Ooh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Of
Oh.
course.
Hello. An elite. Oh my.
Baba the Exalted. They have the previous boss enemy text we've seen prior. Their attack is berserk at 500. Proud, you always attack the enemy with the highest HP. Your attack is reduced by 450, and you cannot gain MP while you have allies.
Oh. So this is like... if you get jumped by this enemy, you're screwed. But if you fight them in a regular elite fight and they've got friends, you'll be okay.
Seems like it. 40% speed. Gain 40% speed, exactly, Thrill of the Hunt. If your target is below 50% max HP, gain 30 MP. That's an active ability.
We should put the Reverie back on for this fight.
Definitely. That's feeling like a good idea right here. The Wild Mage currently has the most HP on the build. Sorry?
Do we ever replace the bow with the gauntlet? No, right? Because the speed up is too good?
Yeah, I think the speed up's pretty relevant.
Yeah. And it's not the Arbalist, right? We're holding the Arbalist?
The Arbalist is weird. We can probably drop that, right? Attacks deal 10% additional piercing damage. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Just to go double, like, acceleration. I feel like that's pretty good.
I think that's also probably the best we can do right now. Although, if the enemy is attacking the highest HP enemy, regardless of the time, so we don't really have to worry about positioning for anyone right here. So instead, we might want to put, like, the Warlock here for the shield adjacency.
Yeah. Put them all in the same... Oh, how many people did they share shield with this adjacency thing?
One or less adjacent allies, so you cannot do it unless you have one or less.
Okay. We go.
You also have the ability to silence the enemy and ruin them. I'm going to silence them right before they cast, actually.
Smart. This is actually favorable. I think we built well for it.
Yep. The Wild Mage was more than happy. Damage dealt. It doubled the Berserker's damage. We did it. I told you we were on our way here. Now we are.
Yep. We knew where we were headed. We got a bunch of gold out of that.
Oh, after we attempt to loot the chest, and then the owner comes back, we fight the owner and walk away. We had no initial goal here. We definitely weren't trying to loot some sort of a chest.
Yeah, that's right. We just okay, well. I forgot what I was doing here.
Oh, sorry, you didn't want me to do that. Well, I will kill you, but then I will respect your wishes.
Would you? We'll also give you a respectful burial. And we'll call the next of kin.
Ooh,
a Garboid.
And punishment. The Garboid, a card shark, and a fleet-foot mugger.
Okay. The Garboid is poisoner. All enemies are poisoned for 20% attack damage at the start of combat. So you don't want this to go long. But that doesn't necessarily mean we don't wear Reverie. And they also have an active ability, Fling, which deals 150% of their attack damage to their target and moves them away from their adjacent allies. That's kind of cute. Okay.
We also have the card shark.
This is attackers bleed for 15% attack damage over 10 seconds. Yikes. Passive ability. Okay. So if you have a very, very high attacking unit, then they will take... It actually doesn't matter, right? Like,
yeah, it's their attack
This is effectively going to damage you by your DPS, right? It's like, yeah. It's just going to scale with you doing damage to them. And 2-card Monty deal 150% attack damage to your target and reduce their defense by 15. Hit a second enemy with the same effect. Active ability. Unless, how does bleed work? When you apply a new bleed, does it refresh the initial bleed?
Don't know. We may have to try and keep an eye on multiple different bleed stacks if there are any.
Yeah. And Fleetfoot Mugger, gain hidden, gain 100 frail attack. Frail attack. Interesting. We hit them to reduce their attack. That's cool. Can't perform attacks. Huh? But they have Mug, which is their attack damage, which is starting at 600 and steal a random positive effect from the target. That's a funky enemy. This is a cool battle.
It is. Looking at all of those active abilities and the fact the enemies are 44, 50, 56, I'm feeling like we may end up popping the Vial of Sorrows here again.
Yeah, maybe. And also, do we need Arbalist here to try to target the bottom dude? Can we, if we switch ourselves around?
He's hidden, so we can't target him at all.
Right. Oh, that's permanent. I thought it was like a 5-second thing. Okay. Yeah,
Not here when
so
the enemy
have to kill them last.
Visible allies.
Okay.
I think we're actually kind of already set up for this, except maybe that swap and that swap. Just so the Juggernaut is taking 2 of the
characters.
characters.
Swap the Wild Mage in front of the Berserker, I think, unless we're just going to depend on Berserker healing. Wild Mage with the shield, right? So I'm thinking they go front.
The shields, the Mug would go... Yeah, the Mug would hit the shield there. That's fine. Let's do that.
Okay.
I'm going to keep an eye on the Vial. I'm not going to cast it before their first ability cast. Oh, that teleported them away. It didn't kill them, though.
I know. I was like, where did they go? Probably good to use it.
We lost our Wild Mage. I already used the Vial just before the Wild Mage died.
This is our spookiest fight, maybe.
Yep. We're all good.
Gosh,
good.
Dang, dude. Well, the Wild Mage did a job, which was to die. It'd be cool if you could take another Lich Rhaps here and use it to upgrade.
That would be... Actually, we may want to end up testing the possibility of that even, because Autobattlers do have a thing for allowing you to upgrade
That's a thing,
things.
right? They love to do that. Yeah.
High Elf Claymore, 10 attack. Your attacks have a 20% chance to deal an additional 100% attack damage to the target.
Okay. That's pretty sweet.
The Fool's Crown...
Is that in a single hit or is that in 2 hits? I think that's in a single hit.
Single hit, yeah. So to be doubling your damage.
So it's just 20% extra attack is effectively what it says if you're attacking enough, which is substantial on Berserker if we had a space for it.
Could be, certainly.
Yeah.
But it is the attacks that trigger that as well, so it wouldn't be good on the Wild Mage. Let's pop you
I'm
backwards.
good with gold. I feel like we just simply do not have enough slots.
I like it. Got the boss battle upcoming. Unfortunately, we have no potions going into this boss battle, which is a little bit rough.
A little spooky. Oh, and it's a multi-battle. They're back. Wait a minute. I killed you.
There's Barber the Exalted. Welcome back to the battlefield. We also have Craig the Bloodthirsty. Your target changes randomly after each attack.
Whoa.
If you have no allies, your attacks cause the target to bleed for an additional 60% attack damage over 10 seconds. And then Eviscerate, deal 100% attack damage. If you have no allies, deal an additional 75. So when any of these are by themselves, they become significantly more powerful. It's Ornstein and Smo.
Yeah, except
and Grogan,
Ornstein and Smo.
Natural armor rather. Attackers reduce their attack by 1. If you have no allies, gain 200 frail defense, passive ability. And then Sweeping Blow, deal 200% attack damage to your target, stunning them for 3 seconds, and moving them away from their adjacent allies.
Certainly is feeling like we could use a more true healer, right? More and more fights to where if we had a cleric online, it would feel really good.
Feeling like, oh no, because then the Wild Mage is even taking the
It doesn't matter. The Wild Mage is that's a deterministic targeting on the bottom one. It's always attacking whoever has the.
Of course.
Yeah.
I am kind of feeling like put everyone in the single adjacencies up here, right? So that it's harder to split them, but it does prevent the activation of the Lover's Safeguard, which means maybe we throw something else in.
You're right. It won't activate at all, right? It won't just pick one. It just doesn't activate. That's painful.
Maybe I'm wrong about splitting up then. Something like that instead.
And just have the Berserker take hits up top. Well, it would be we would an exact swapsies, and then we're actually pretty gold. And this actually is a good position because it makes our healing actually do work.
Okay, I like it.
I think this works.
I want the Wild Mage to just live as long as is possible because it's the scaling in our fight, right? It's the biggest scaling in our fight, at least.
Yeah.
All
We're
right.
gonna win this fight, I believe.
And we're leaving the Reverie on because all of these enemies are really terrifying.
Yeah. And we get to watch the bleed damage thing here. Yeah, it turns all the damage into a bleed effect. But I can't tell, like, can you hover over the bleed? Is it refreshing?
It's not adding additional stacks, so it must be refreshing. God, that Berserker stayed alive real long.
The Juggernaut?
Yeah.
Or
sorry, the Juggernaut.
They did good work. The defense is working. Yeah. Hell yeah.
The Wild Mage did the perfect amount of damage.
Oh my god.
By which I mean 4,392, the best number.
That's so much, dude. Oh, wow. Berserker is like, needs some love, man.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I feel like we did initially build the Berserker ridiculously, but now it's all about that Warlock, baby.
Well, but I mean, but look at what we did. They've got
Mage,
2 rare and 1 legendary item, all with upgrades.
It's true.
And they're doing this crazy MP scaling thing. Like, they're a monster. The Berserker's problem now is that when they were wearing those items, if right now we just swapped them, basically, I think that the Berserker would be doing 3k, maybe less. The Berserker needs... What do they need, Rhaps? What are they missing at this point? Upgrades on some items? What they need is attack speed.
Attack speed, yeah.
Right? Like, how can we just get them to hit more?
Although, so I think you're right? I think the Berserker would have a lower capacity for their damage if we did give them the same items.
However, the Wild Mage is doing the multiplicative nonsense with these items. Like, total nonsense, yeah.
However, I think the Berserker would be able to live a lot longer.
Oh, true, because they have the self-heal. And all of a sudden, even though they're only doing 3,000 damage, they're also our best tank. At least outside of fights where the enemy is stopping healing.
Assuming they don't get blown up, yeah. All right.
It's pretty ridiculous.
We also do have an ability orb to take this to 12.
Just do it. Ship it. Yeah,
Boom.
It's the best.
Send it. This ability orb cannot upgrade the Juggernaut nor the Berserker. We have the option for the Warlock to get slightly better when allies or enemies die. Or we could just get more shield on the Wild Mage so they're less likely to die.
I quite like that. I'm quite committed to this Wild Mage.
Get a Bogjar for reducing the speed of all enemies by 40% at the start of the combat. Deathbringer, your attacks have a 5% chance to deal an additional 666% piercing attack damage.
That's pretty ridiculous. Particularly the piercing.
You'd be able to upgrade it as well, I imagine. Increase that chance.
Yeah.
Maiden's Mirror, we've seen prior. Avalanche, when you attack, if your target has 10 frost, remove all frost and deal 350 attack damage to your target and any adjacent enemies.
Whoa. That's a really cool build item. If we took Avalanche... Oh gosh. Okay, so the trouble that with the Scythe and with the Avalanche is they're both based on landing attacks. Regular, real attacks. Which means they either go on the Berserker, which is possible, or we have to figure out a way to block Reverie. Or actually, I mean, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. You know, I keep talking about Reverie, but the thing is that what Reverie really says is, we've already talked about all the MP stuff, right? Like mana becomes a mana dominated fight, but you just have one unit who's significantly faster than the others. Everybody else is still attacking.
Very true.
I kind of like taking Maiden's Mirror here and then picking up a cleric.
Ooh,
what do you think about
when
that?
You heal a hero by any means, a random damaged hero is additionally healed for 30% of the value. I do think that healing is probably one thing that we want to pick up next, right? Increase the longevity of the fight by increasing the durability of our frontliners. I do think there is place for Maiden's Mirror in that build when you heal a hero by any means. And this also increases from 30 to 60%. It's just the cleric itself, what is its healing ability? Like, is it large individual heal? Because this is only really good with large heals.
It's a pretty big heal to my recollection. It's like your attack damage as a heal, or maybe more than that. And also their MP is quite low. Their mana cost is like 60 or something. And with Reverie, we're mana dominated. So we're going to be healing quite often.
That is true. Maiden's Mirror actually in the Reverie fight also does really appeal. There is a part of my brain that's like, gold stash, then upgrade the items we already have.
Dude, legendary. I I have trouble skipping legendaries because these are
Yes.
such strong items, right? It feels like they're very build defining. And we could pick up Avalanche. That's the one that's going to be the hardest to get online. We would have to basically take a Frost Mage and start picking Frost items. Deathbringer would be good immediately, and when we run into an enemy with 200 defense, we'll be so glad to have it. We just put it online. But I think if we're allowed to add a 5th Adventurer, taking Cleric and doing Maiden's Mirror sounds really good.
I think you're right. I like this. It's also worth noting we don't have currently anyone who wants to take the ability upgrades, because we've fully ability upgraded the 2 characters we want the ability upgrades on, which means, should we have a Cleric, they're really happy to use their ability. Bless heals the weakest adjacent hero, so it still only hits an adjacent, but then the Maiden's Mirror can hit non-adjacents for 10% max HP.
This is so good. Okay, finish read, and then this is the pick. Okay,
and then removes all stacks of a random negative effect.
Bleed. All of our damages bleed.
Oh, yeah, make it the only adjacency with the Berserker. Sorry, the Juggernaut.
Yes. They cannot die.
I really, really, really dig that.
They will live forever.
Something like that. This is deactivating that ring. So yeah, the ring would go down to them.
That's fine. We'll fix it up.
Also, 10% of max HP, right? So having that adjacent to a hero that has more max HP would be nice. Though the highest max HP is actually on the Wild Mage.
It's actually the Wild Mage, which is surprising, right? But they don't have any defense. It's just HP because they're shield dominated.
Yeah.
Dude, I think that's a really strong combo right there.
I do really like this.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous.
Completely remove all of the damage that they're taking. Deal 50% attack damage to your target when you heal a hero by any means. When you heal a hero by any means, a random damaged hero is additionally healed for 30% of the value. So does that mean that Bless is going to activate Smite 2 times?
I think so. I don't think it makes it infinite, but I do think it activates Smite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna do the kind of like lifesteal and damage on heal kind of.
We need to find the anytime you damage an enemy heal item so we can crash the game.
The time is nigh, heroes. The castle has been lost. Whatever horrors you find in there, feel no remorse in striking them down.
Horrors?
The evil not only turns allies against you, but it replicates the strongest of its conquered foes as an invading force.
What were they before?
They were...
It's how terse all of like our inputs are that makes me think that it has to be kind of like a bit of an oath, a little bit of a daftman.
It just must be. It just must be.
They were Revka, as was I, when our realm was threatened by a great, unknown force. Our old one told us to flee. When I refused, the others cast me out, stranding me here.
Old one?
At the heart of every realm is an ancient entity known as the Old One, cursed with an eternal sleep. The Old Ones have a great influence over those who grow upon them, which is why my people agreed to create the Seed and flee.
The Seed?
Unlike other realms, when my people pass on, our energy goes back to our Old One to create a new life. The Seed was the collected life energy of all our people. It beamed through the stars until fate chose a realm to be born anew.
What was their fate?
The rogue definition.
I fear the Old One of the realm they found was nothing like our own. They have become a twisted abomination of what they once were. I pray that they can still be saved.
Let's make haste.
One final blessing, heroes.
We must push onward.
The Hermit. All heroes deal 20 piercing damage to attackers. Ooh, that's not awful. And Well, we're slowing down their attack speed as well. Queen of Pentacles. Items received from combat and events are twice as likely to appear upgraded.
Pretty sweet.
Ace of Coins. Gain 10% more gold from all sources. And the Tower.
Stacks nicely.
That does with the good old King of Wands. The Tower, shield gained by all heroes is increased by 30%. So our Wild Mage and our Cleric do gain shields.
And we have shield potentially coming off of that Lover's Safeguard, which we could then even upgrade. Big shield money business value dollars.
It is big shield money business value dollars. I mean, I've thought about it like that, but it is. I actually might put that on the Berserker instead and then get the Lich Rhaps back on the good old Cleric.
Ooh, that's nice. I'm inclined here to go either Ace of Coins or Tower. I'm good with either. Do you want to just get money? You want to just... I love gold.
I love gold. It does appear to me that the items that would come from combats and are more likely to be upgraded, it's... like, I mean, there are characters who could hold better things. The Juggernaut could be holding things that instead of increasing their defense, increase their max HP significantly. Would also
but couldn't
really
we just pick up the item and then pay to upgrade it with all the coins that we got? I feel like Ace of Coins is just better than Queen of Pentacles for us. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Because we already have things that we really, really like. Headdress of Fury and Mana Spring Amulet really want another upgrade as well.
Just put them on there. Make an absolute cannon. Oh, sweet clover.
So this looks like it is going to be our final act here. At the bottom is the dungeon. Those shackled and forgotten by society now rise anew. The dregs seek revenge and will rebuff death itself to enact their justice. The castle, this noble homestead, was the evil's first target. Members and protectors of the court still roam the halls among the invading forces. And the courtyard, a royal menagerie, was once a sight to behold. The king's exotic beasts are now loose. Sorry, it sounds like someone is actually spraying my my window with a hose right now.
Because it's raining so hard?
Well, there's also a tree out there, right? And it seems like the tree might... it doesn't seem like it has a banana leaf on it, but it seems like it caches a bunch of water and then gets to a certain point and just releases it all onto my door.
It's just a water trap. Yeah. That's awesome.
It's really interesting because if I actually have my window open a crack, which I do in the days, just commonly, it's exactly there, the corner of the window being cracked open, that pours water in, so my desk can just become covered.
Oh, that's not good. You're using computer things. Yeah, cannot recommend.
Well, we've got the courtyard, exotic beasts, hunger for the magic.
I'll tell you what we want to not do.
Probably not that one.
Which is that. Yeah, the fewer fights against beasts, the better. I'm inclined to say that the bottom two are going to be better for us, and we can do that if we juggle the bottom two. We can take 2 elites and then run up to a merchant potentially.
I like that. I mean, I don't know. This might be trying to read too much into the game, but I'm like, maybe the castle will have more gold.
Yeah.
Harbinger of Doom, Confessor Spawn. Starts with 30 starting MP. Your allies gain 10% of the MP expended by enemies. They also apply Doom to a target, reducing their defense by 30 and removing all shield. We also have a Twisted Subject here, which, damn, that looks like a Twisted Subject. Your attacks reduce your target's max HP by 25, and they deal 150% attack damage to the target. Gain 20% speed and 5 MP on attacks for 4 seconds. Final is a healing ward, prevents all enemy healing effects. Can't outperform attacks. Okay. Prevents all enemy healing effects. In my mind, where's the... There we go. Royal Arbalist. In my mind, that says do that. Royal Arbalist, start targeting the healing ward as quickly as you can.
Just take it down. Yeah. It'd be nice to have more AoE and splash effects.
Convert heal all allies in the front row for 50% of the total prevented healing. Resets prevented healing. Yeah, we definitely want that dead.
Are we going to put the Wild Mage in front to take the hits, or are we going to put, like, on the top? Who's tanking?
Ooh, I mean, it still could be the Berserker.
If they get to kill fast enough to be able to heal. Because right now they can't heal.
Well, yeah, so their frenzy, yeah. Well, actually, no, but this also says, Remove all shield. Yeah, so if Confessor Spawn casts on Wild Mage, all of their shield instantly goes away, and that's like 450
Is it just
HP.
the Necro then, actually? And we just let them, like, accept punishment?
The Warlock.
They have some defensive items right now, actually.
Yeah, maybe it is the Warlock. I don't think we're going to be negatively affected by the Warlock dying, which is
a
bit rough to say,
yeah.
but
yeah,
I think I'm okay with you losing your life.
Your job, should you choose to accept it, is to die.
Okay, the enemy's anti-healing effect is now gone. We have the ability to start picking our healing back up. We've never removed the bleed in that fight. I was trying to watch for that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Enchanter's Tome, plus 20 to starting MP, gain immunity to silence, so you cannot have your MP drained. That is pretty damn good. Bone Spike Armor we've seen before. Brain Sage, 50 HP for every 50 mana you expend. Heal the weakest hero for 100 HP over 10 seconds.
Okay.
And whenever you heal a hero by any amount, gain shield, as well as do another 10% to a weakest adjacent hero. I think Brain Sage going on the old cleric here, just stacking healing effects, seems like a good idea. Yeah.
Enchanter's Tome is nice too as a sideboard item, but I really like this Brain Sage pickup.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's substantially good.
Let's quickly just look at the map. Okay, we are so far from the first merchant. We do not have to worry about our money just yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
and we can always sell some items and stuff too.
Yeah. All right. It's Brain Sage. You.
If only we could get the cleric some increased mana generation, you know, so that they can spend more. I mean, we have the item, but we probably wouldn't swap it, right?
There's a world where I could see that. The Lich Wraps on the Wild Mage instead. The Mana Spring Amulet going back on the Cleric instead. Maybe in a fight where we think it's going to take a little longer. We want more healing. I will also say, though, the Reverie token, getting the upgrades on the Reverie totem and then just standing with this healing, I'm all aboard upgrading that right now.
We're there. We were waiting for the right moment, and we're there.
Hello. Risen Dreg. Death Rattle. Once defeated, apply Revenge to all enemies. Revenge, take damage equal to 10% of any attack and active ability damage you deal, reduced by defense and shields. Stacks up to 5 times. They also Ransack for 150% attack damage, stealing a positive effect. Applying Leech. Leech is attack as a healed for 10% of the attack and active ability damage that they deal to you. So people leech off of us when they hit us. Stacks up to 5 times as well. You have the Risen Savage. Once defeated, apply 3 Revenge to the enemy who's dealt the most damage. And then deal damage equal to your missing HP to your target. Active ability on Retaliate. 64 mana for them to cast that. They have 180 HP. Sorry, 1,800 HP. And the Undying Ward. Allies will continue fighting after falling in battle. Can't perform attacks. Your HP is reduced to 0. Active ability on its expire.
Oh. It's when it gets to 150 MP, it just dies. So we don't need to kill it. This might be a fight where we don't want to Arbalest.
We don't need to kill it, but do we want to wait for them to hit their 150 MP before any of these stop attacking?
Well, if Reverie were fully upgraded, then sure, because they're never going to attack, right? Like, at that point, then the MP will get hit before anything else happens. But yeah, no, we can kill it. I'm just gonna kill it. It's nice to be able to heal, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it is nice to be able to do that.
Surely we swap the Juggernaut and the Cleric up to the top here.
For the double attack target on them? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like, I think the Berserker could do it, but they don't need to.
I like it. I want to see the poison effect the bleed effect get cleared.
Me too. Me too.
Bleed is applied. The Cleric did not remove the bleed. They removed the negative to attack.
Because they remove a random thing is part of what's happening.
So them having fewer debuffs would be great for us.
Really benefit from increased mana generation.
Right. Definitely. Enchanter's Brand, 10 attack, gain immunity to some. Reckless Dueling Blade, we've seen prior. I think we've seen all of them except for the Hex Bag, rather. 15 starting MP. At the start of combat, reduce the attack and defense of all enemies by 20 for 4 seconds.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cute. Seems like it'd be much better earlier on. This to me feels like a gold.
I'll take gold. Yeah. Disarm hasn't come up very often.
Maybe if we if we didn't have most of our damage being dealt by the Wild Mage, we'd be a little more concerned about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wild Mage healed the most in that fight too.
What? Wait. We're healed by, right? Like, presumably that means they were... What does that even mean? What does it mean?
Damage healed. Oh, okay, so hang on. The different colorations in the bar, we can see blue on the Wild Mage, and then... Yeah, so I think it's shielding? Actually... it's exactly half of the Wild Mage's max HP, okay. So it's the shield they applied to themselves.
That's interesting. So it's making it look like they healed a ton, but it's actually just their base shield. Basically, what this is telling us is the previous fight went really well.
Yes.
There wasn't a lot of risk. Yeah, see, because it's full.
Ooh, we lost the Berserker almost instantly there.
Oh, gosh. From what? What were they even getting attacked by?
Difficult to tell, right? They were only getting attacked by one enemy as well, so...
Yeah, wow, they went straight down. I mean, I'd probably always put the Wild Mage in front of the Berserker. Unless there's a
right,
shield
for the shield. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Again, we've seen a lot of these. Again, I want
Looks
money.
Like cash. That looks like money to me. Because we're getting 10% additional money. Otherwise, we would just take the item and sell it. But we're getting 10% additional money because of our clover.
Ooh, what's your back? Boiling Mess. Would you like to take these?
Sure. This is the Boiling Mess. They have Sticky Gunk. Your attacks apply negate to your target. Passive ability. They also have Unstable Elements. Apply a burn for 100% attack damage. That's 250. Over 10 seconds, and a poison for 40% attack damage every 3 seconds to your target. This is an active ability. Okay. And then some crossbow. Tainted Watcher. Tainted Love. Your attack and active ability reduce your target's defense by 5. Yikes. Target the back row first. Double yikes. Also, Rapid Fire. Deal 100% attack damage to a random enemy 3 times. Okay.
Triple yikes.
Triple yikes. So I think what we do here is, who is doing more damage, the slime or the crossbow?
The slime has a higher DPS. They've also got
the
that
unstable
burn.
Elements, right?
Yes, but the Boiling Mess is also 2,200 HP, whereas the Tainted Archers are 900. They are a lot easier to kill.
So, but splitting our DPS is not necessarily great. Increasingly, I'm thinking that the Arbalest is kind of a weird item, because unless you can definitely get down the back line, Berserker is just attacking something on their own. We're not killing a target that we could be killing, right? So what we can do is leave this setup exactly as it is, except swap the Wild Mage into the back. Because this way the Gunk is attacking the Juggernaut, which is correct. The Cleric will survive long enough, I hope. I think we just win. Yeah, I think we just win.
I think we also just throw the Warlock up there.
Oh, I like that. And then we're actually getting value out of this ring.
All right, perfect. Send it.
Send it.
The Cleric is having some tough times.
Ooh, with the Arbalest, yeah. That was my only worry. I wasn't sure. Ooh, no, but they lived. Oh.
Nice.
We all lived. It was close, though, right?
Going back to damage dealt, the Wild Mage is really popping off the top.
Yeah.
We've seen the Rod of Casting before. We've seen the
Okay, but we haven't looked at that rod in a while. And 10% speed and your first 10 attacks grant 3 MP does look pretty frigging good on the Berserker right now. If this is our build, I'll run that over the ring every day.
Yeah, because we do want the extra speed on them, so it's actually a really good upgrade target for them as well. And then that feeds back into the Starry Songbird. The belt is the Oaken Knot. Heals 2% of their max HP every 2 seconds.
Oh, that's cute. It'd probably be a cool upgrade too. Like you can get real tanky.
When you heal a hero by any means. It's got to be a different hero, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's only smite. Like smite, the thing about smite is it's not that much damage, unless you're stacking attack. So honestly, it probably goes off for every tick. I wouldn't be surprised, or at least once for the thing going active.
I guess so.
If we had a better way to scale smite's damage, like if we were running the Huntress headdress on this unit, then that could be hilarious.
I'm certain a build exists where that is good. I'm going to pitch here that we still take the money because
over the rod.
Just because the rod is really going to need upgrades to actually get online and be, something we're super happy to use. But in the merchant itself, we might be able to find an item that's significantly better in terms of speed and then just upgrade that.
We might. And taking money here is worth 2 gold more than just taking this item and selling it. So we lose a lot of opportunity costs for 2 gold, I think.
Okay, let's take it. Elite time. Literally no other choice, so we'll make that one. We do have the Bog Jar, reduces the speed of all enemies by 40% for 6 seconds.
You've got a lot of arms, man.
It's exactly what that person should be named, the Master of Arms. Weapon Master, 50 starting MP, which means they instantly use their ability. Okay. Rotate your weapon after each attack, altering your speed and applying a different effect. Attacks can either reduce your target's defense by 30, strike twice, strike 2 additional adjacent enemies, disarm your definitely having the...
There's disarm.
It's true, we finally have that. Disarm your target or move your target away from their adjacent allies. Passive ability attacks all enemies with the Steel Storm active ability.
That's what's currently live, I guess. Is it going to switch the active ability after that one when it switches to a different weapon?
Will it? Because attacks can either reduce your targets, strike twice, strike 2 additional targets, disarm, or move your target away. None of those are Steel Storm, the effect. So Steel Storm might just be what they have.
Yeah.
They got 2.2 on their speed.
How do you want to do this?
I'm thinking like having only 1 adjacent, so that if the 2 additional adjacent enemies does not trigger, seems like a reasonably good idea. And that would be something
Cleric
like
with the Juggernaut.
Yes, exactly. It's just those 2, and then the 3 on the top.
Okay.
Maybe even that.
We should switch the Hex Rod in for the ring.
Yes, because we're not going to get value out of it there. Good point. Other than that, send it, and then I don't really want to use the Bog Jar, but if...
I don't even think we're going to need to. I think this is a very strong fight for us. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Juggernaut just moved away forever, but apparently they're still being attacked at least. They're not really being healed as much by the... What? Okay, we lost the backliner there. No. Yeah, we lost the backliner there for a moment. It's just the Warlock, though.
We keep losing all this morale, but we haven't seen a good place to use morale yet, so it feels kind of okay.
I mean, we're not losing it as well. We've only ever had 1 KO per fight, so we're just not
losing potential morale, is I guess what I meant. Yeah.
There's another ability orb here that could be thrown onto, I don't know, some sort of cleric that doubles the amount they heal with it. It just seems a good idea.
I like that idea.
Full plate armor, Lich, and then Arcane Stabilizer. The first time you're... Oh, I think we've seen this one before as well. First time you're reduced below to 350 max HP. Sorry, 35% max HP, rather. Gain a shield equal to your 10% of your max HP and heal the same amount over 10 seconds.
It sounds like a strong item, but... Certainly we put the ability orb on the cleric.
Definitely. That happens 100% of the time.
We might actually want this survivability. Hell, we could even just put it on the Necro right now. Swap it in for the Jester's Crown or something.
Then sell the Jester's Crown for 20.
Yeah, this is just like, we're just trying to keep our units from dying. Because if we survive for more than about 20 seconds, we win. Like this team just wins. Because it will have outscaled everything.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a good point, well made. All right. Do we now go for another elite? Are we just dunking on them?
We're dunking on all of them. We're not worried about Dead Rising.
Or we could go event elite.
I don't think we want the top elite.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point, well made.
I think I want the bottom elite. I don't. That's my read. That's my read.
Ooh, the Warden. Servitude deals 400 damage to all other allies each 3 seconds and gains 30 attack for each ally hit. It's a passive ability. Imprison, deal 100% attack damage to a random enemy and apply a bleed for 200% attack damage over 10 seconds. Move the enemy away from their adjacent allies and stun them for 5 seconds.
Whoa.
Then we have the Risen Dregs we've seen prior.
And also, the MP on both of these is very low. Like, it's going off frequently. This Warden needs to go down soon.
This Warden is high speed as well. 1.5. We've also got 1.9s on the Risen Dreg. I would not be against using the Bog. Yeah.
Oh, it's a fantastic fight for it.
Totally agreed. We can also actually kind of just leave. I'm not seeing the weakness. Yeah.
I think it's just Bogjar and go.
Bogjar and go.
If we kill this Warden fast enough, we'll be all right. Oh my gosh.
Juggernauts.
Heal the Juggernaut.
Definitely having a rough time there. Wild Mage is almost down. Wild Mage is down. There goes a lot of our damage. Berserker continues fighting on. Berserker is now being individually targeted. The Berserker is downed. We've lost 5. Item penalty. Wow, okay, so we literally just lose 5 morale. And the item penalty is we now only get to see 1 item here, which is Cosmos Mantle.
Which is the greatest. Active ability cost. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that is actually really good for a possible cleric.
Okay, well, we'll take a Cosmos Mantle. Like, I'll put that on one of our units. Sure.
Who?
I would be glad to put that on the cleric over the gauntlets.
The difference is 25 starting MP. We lose the -4 ability cost in order to gain 5 defense instead.
I think that you end up coming out ahead here.
I think the value of this is really the ability to upgrade it and then put it on a unit and have them instantly cast.
Can we put it on the Wild Mage? Here's an idea based on that fight we just had. What if we put that on the Wild Mage over the mana token and put the mana token on our cleric? Too wild?
I like it. I like it a lot. Right, gives extra defense to the Wild Mage, which we are now regularly putting out in front. I like it a lot.
My concern is, I wish we had 2 mana tokens.
We may find another.
Yeah, we might just buy one and upgrade it. We'll use this fight as a test to see if this was a good idea or a bad one, right?
We'll
know soon enough.
And then it blows up on the target as well, and we've seen the Healing Ward prior.
Dude, that last fight was scary. What went wrong there? I think what went wrong is that all of our units targeted the back line instead of the Warden, and so the Warden just sat and scaled and killed stuff.
Was that the problem? I thought the problem was that the Wild Mage was just too far forward. They weren't defending themselves. They weren't healing. The Cleric had the depositioned Juggernaut to have to worry about, and then the Wild Mage got depositioned as well.
Yeah, maybe we needed to see the fight as scarier than we thought and put the Necro up front and just, like, protect. Yeah. There's some shuffling happening, too.
Let's do that in this fight, actually.
Sure. The Necro also is getting healing from enemies dying in fights like this. Eventually. Oh, what is this target dummy? I didn't even notice it.
Oh, that's the Healing Ward we've seen prior.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We lost our Juggernaut again.
Running these units as sacrificial units at this point.
Maybe we actually need to upgrade 2 morale. Okay. Why have we gotten 2 morale? Did we actually lose that 2 morale?
No.
1 KO would give us 1 morale.
Right. That's what maybe because they're harder now. Maybe it's getting better. I don't know.
Mayhaps. We've got a Primal Thirster here. When your target is defeated, gain 10 attack and 10 speed. 10% speed, rather, for 5 seconds. Noble Ward, gain the 2 negate at the very start of the fight. The Enchanter's Brand we'd seen prior, as well as the ability to get the 27
shield is quite good
gold.
here. As a potential light, if we wanted to take shield and replace one of our armor, or just put the negate on one of our units to block the the attack speed, like it would be reasonable.
This prevents the first 2 hits against the Juggernaut.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, negate just literally negates the first 2 instances of damage, which is pretty beefy.
It's not bad, but honestly, there is a large part of me that is thinking now, with the amount of money we have, especially the 367, if we can upgrade infinite times in a store, which we've no reason to believe we can't.
Yeah. I think we do take money here. No, I think you're right, because we're gonna get purple and legendary items too. And like, what if we could get strawberry now and upgrade it and put that on the Juggernaut? That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Agreed. Slitherfang Kunai, we've seen prior, as well as the Hag's Hex back. Oh, Ancient Codex has come back to us as well. That's
nice.
15 starting MP while at or below 50%.
What does it upgrade to also?
Costs less. 50 less MP.
50 less MP? That's almost free for the cleric if they're actually like injured, which is hard to say if it would.
Hang on, 30 starting MP, 50 less MP. If we put that on the Wild Mage instantly casts at the start of the fight, and then as long as they stay, their shield is keeping them healthy as well. As long as they stay above 50% max HP, they just keep casting until Symbiote makes their ability
at or
free.
below. At or below.
Oh, while at or below. Sorry, I thought it was.
You have to be injured for this to make it free. Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Scourge of the Waste.
But it's still like, it's still cool.
Agreed. Scourge of the Waste. Your attacks apply Ruin, Frost, Silence, or a Poison for 50 damage every 3 seconds to your target. Neat.
Okay, cool.
Final Bastion at the start of combat, and every 5 seconds, gain a shield equal to 150% of your defense. Unique.
That's pretty sweet.
So it is. We also see a Flask of Flames. All enemies get burned for 300 damage over 10 seconds. And Bottle Blizzard we've seen prior.
Upgrades on the new legendaries, just to see them.
Good idea. Oh, sorry. The Scourge of the Waste would be and adjacent enemies.
Cool.
Not bad.
That's cool.
Final Bastion, 300% of your defense. Next would be obviously 450% of your defense.
Mm-hmm.
The Vampiric Guard is 40%. Reduced by 40%.
That's so stronks.
That is huge. The idea that we just throw that on it 2 times and the enemy, they take 50% less damage off the top of everything is...
Yeah. What's the mana token upgrade get us to? And or the healing mirror?
Sure. Mana token is just 20% more mana per second, as well as 50 more HP. The Maiden's Mirror doubles its effect. That's definitely something we want to upgrade, possibly 2 times even. Brain Sage. That's also healing on targets as well. Gosh. So it feels like here we have a couple different ways we can go, right? One of the ways is double Reverie Token and try and slow down the fights and then just blow up the enemies. Another way is just tank the hell out of the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut dies too often. When they die, we're in trouble. If they don't die,
that's true.
Maybe we won't be in trouble. And then another different path that we have the ability to go for is instead just kitting the hell out of the Cleric for the possibility of healing units to the point that we don't really need to worry about the enemies. Another is getting the Wild Mage just more upgrades and hoping they scale faster. Out of all of them, I like the Wild Mage the least.
Really? I do
worry.
That's true. We did reduce our DPS substantially by taking the mana token off of them. Something I noticed. Because like they're not getting to that ridiculous 5,000 damage that they were frequently getting to before. But like that might be okay. I think it just depends on the fight, right? Like some fights are races, and I think that we will get better over time at identifying when to swap back and go into race mode versus when to just like heal and sustain mode.
Definitely.
The one thing that makes me wary, I think an act ago, I would just say, let's upgrade the armor twice and, make the healer better at healing and call that a store. Oh, and it's only 85, so we can get 4 upgrades here. Almost 5. Maybe with sale, we can get 5 upgrades, actually.
We got stuff to sell.
My concern now is that there are more and more enemies and enemy groups that attack multiple targets or that shuffle us around. It's getting harder and harder to just tank with the Juggernaut.
Good point, well made.
And so we do have to have a plan to either quickly finish the fight or increase our sustain on the other units. And so that's something I'm thinking about.
Okay, so if we think about the possibility of having 5 upgrades, I agree. And I think one way of accomplishing that is the Reverie upgrades, right? Get 2 upgrades on Reverie, 45% slower on all allies and all enemies every 2 seconds. We may even clear that debuff occasionally with the Cleric. And then we have 3 more upgrades floating, right? I'm thinking maybe one of them even goes on to the Wild Mage, one of them goes on to Mana Spring Amulet, and then one of them is free. I don't know if maybe we do end up swapping that back.
Kind of almost feels like it, right? I just wish we had 2. I would buy one here if we had another way to increase mana generation or to decrease the mana cost for one of them. Because once the Wild Mage has cast several times, then they no longer need the mana generation, right? Like that's the weird thing about this build, is that very quickly they get to the point to where it's irrelevant, but they need to get to that point. So if we had something that was like, for the first 10 seconds of combat, reduce the cost of your active ability by 50 or something, there you go. That's it. That's the item, right? Now we're gonna see it.
That'd be the whole game.
So
be all we need. Actually, what would happen here? 2 frost to all enemies every 3 seconds. The upgrade would be 3.
That's pretty sweet.
That isn't bad. But yeah, I'm sitting in the realm where my upgrades here probably double Reverie Totem, 1 headdress, 1 Mana Spring, and then I do want some more defense on the Juggernaut. I would even maybe give up the upgrade on the 2nd Headdress of Fury to get double upgrades for defense on the Juggernaut, because they still.
And the other reason I like
die.
that is there are fights too, to where I've noticed to where it's like there's a lot of randomness. We don't want to have all of our eggs in the Wild Mage basket because they're gonna die sometimes. And so it's nice to have a team that can still function without them, which makes making sure the Berserker can still kill things really important, right? As an example, we want to make sure that like we have at least one other unit who can do deeps.
Double upgrade. Reverie.
Sweet upgrades. What is that the rod upgrade to? Does it get to 20% attack speed?
It does. And the attacks give more mana.
And 6 MP. That's not a terrible upgrade, my man.
It's not terrible, but I'm still very, very careful, because like the max HP of the Berserker has, if anything, decreased since the very start of the run.
Yeah, that's true.
And because we haven't also been scaling defense, suddenly we're effect based, right? We're staying alive from healing, we're staying alive from lifesteal.
That's
but
true.
if an enemy nukes us, doesn't matter how much lifesteal or healing we have if we're dead.
Yeah, that's true. Let's get some upgrades on the Juggernaut, I agree. Even maybe just the basic defense. Like, does it double to 44?
It does double to 44.
Pretty good item.
I kind of like the double to 44 and then maybe the Blade of Fallen as well.
Ooh. I mean, the top one is just pure damage reduction, right? So it's...
It is.
Yeah. Let's get this lad tankier. Let's make it happen.
Do the pure damage reduction?
Yeah, I like that.
Second time would take it to 50. I think, this is Mana Spring.
Good enough. Okay. And then make some sales.
Oh, we sell them for 22 anyway. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because it's getting gold by any means.
Yeah.
Do you want to sell the ring?
I do. If we're not upgrading
Rhaps?
it, it's nothing anymore. I also want to sell the Rhaps.
The Rhaps actually. What's the upgrade on those Rhaps, man? We might be underestimating this.
Double straight up.
Consider that Lich Rhaps upgraded on the Cleric. Suddenly, this is our other mana token, right?
8, so 12 finally takes it down to 50. I don't know.
We could sell the Cosmos Mantle, put the gauntlets down, upgrade them once or twice. Try to like sell one more item off of the Necromancer and get a double upgrade still. It's pretty crazy, right?
I'm not entirely against it, but I still do just want to double upgrade that full plate armor here. Or Vampiric Garden full plate armor or something like that.
Yeah.
Because even when they get dislocated, they're still ending up being attacked. They're just not adjacent to anything.
Yeah.
So if anything, it becomes more important that we defend them. I think we can get rid of the Royal Arbalist.
Okay.
Because we're not really doing anything with it.
The piercing damage was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think these Lich Wraps are... I think there are other mana token, the more I look at them. And the question is, do we keep that one or the Brain Sage? And I don't know.
So 85, we need to get to 170. So selling... Wait. 170 means we need 40 more. Yeah, so it's any 2 items will do it.
And what
which could even be like Bone Spike Armor or the Arcane Stabilizer.
What was the Brain Sage again? Did it give us? It's not initial.
That's a heal
every 50. Yeah, which is quite good. Okay.
See, damage healed. Wild Mage still the most damage healed.
It's not real healing. It's kind of a lie.
Why is our cleric never healing anything?
I think we just killed that last fight so fast.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, so you're thinking we sell this Cosmic Mantle, and then we sell a random item off of Necro, and then get another upgrade on the Vampire? Sure.
An upgrade on the Vampire, and then an upgrade on something else.
I think the gauntlets, honestly, or the gloves. Yeah.
Okay, I'm keen on it.
-8 ability cost is quite good. Or actually, we could just do upgrade on the Vampiric armor and then upgrade on the Divine armor too, and have just 5 free seconds. That's pretty sweet.
If we're doing that, I kind of want to do it on the Fallen armor first, so I can see what the next upgrade would be.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Just in case. Yeah, 6.5. It's just another 1.5 and another 10 defense. So it does just stack both upgrades normally.
Going Bone Spike?
Yeah, probably Bone Spike, right? But the more defense you get early, the better it is, right? Like, because it peters off at the end, so maybe it's Arcane Stabilizer instead.
Sure.
Right? 15%
I like that.
Effective HP.
I think Bone Spike armor is better for that unit, and it's actually a good upgrade for their survivability. I mean, all of these things are. That's what I'm starting to learn is greens. I think the biggest thing that I've learned in this run is that greens can be incredibly strong in build defining, but will need upgrades. Legendary items won't necessarily need upgrades. But like those gauntlets, if you double upgrade them, -12 MP cost on someone like a cleric is a massive increase in their uptime. Puzzling box. Shall I?
Sure.
The glinting of a small extravagant box catches the eyes of the heroes. The box itself is likely worth a fortune, but seems to be weighed down by an unnatural force. There is no lock, but it is firmly sealed. An inscription reads, "A warped mind can venture places unseen." We can open it. This gives us a 20% chance to gain a random event item. We'll lose 4 morale, but it's repeatable if we fail it. We can destroy it. All heroes gain 3 attack permanently. Increases when open attempts fail. And when we fail, we permanently lose 4 defense. Or we can run and just get 5% speed next combat. You want to spend some morale here?
Let's do it.
Open.
Oh, we didn't find anything, but now we would get 6 attack permanently.
But we can keep losing morale.
Oh, we didn't find anything. 9 attack permanently? That's scaling the cleric's healing. It's
true. It's only 4 defense
it's
lost
not
too.
scaling the cleric's healing. It's just scaling their smite. Yeah, I still think it's probably quite minimal, honestly.
One more open. Just okay. 12 attack is a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot of attack.
It's just, is it important? Hang on, let's go to damage dealt. Yeah, like the blue is our magic damage. The amount of attack damage we do is minimal.
Because of our build, but attack gives us more magic damage.
It does, but even then, the Berserker,
that.
like none of them really do it. It's just the Wild Mage that would be scaling with it effectively. So it's the Wild Mage scaling for what, 12, and then 50% of that, so 31, they go up by 6 damage.
Okay, so open it one more time.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, surely we destroy. Like, the stats are just... It's just ridiculous. It's just absurd. Plus 11 effective stats on these units. That's pretty wild.
Hey, that's one good reason to have not used the morale earlier.
That's true. The heroes decide to perform a combined strike against the box. As their attack is about to land, the box disappears, leaving a dark growth which engulfs them. The heroes awaken, flooded by memories of an entirely different realm, beset by a vicious war. Although the heroes were unsuccessful, they feel elated and more ruthless than before.
Continue. They definitely appear to be as well. We have no money, so that's an event.
So hopefully it's not an event that needs money. Whoa.
Corrupted merchant. A hooded figure is standing beside the path with a troublesome grin. Merchant.
Untainted. Come, I have wares.
Okay.
Buy a random potion, all of them lose 4 max HP permanently. 5 uses. Upgrade a random item, all heroes lose 8 max HP permanently. 5 uses. 8? That's not a huge amount of max HP.
That's
and
a
upgrade
1%
a random
HP
ability.
Loss. Yeah. You want to get some items?
I want
maybe
to upgrade
some
some random items, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. You keep clicking it. Honestly. I can a couple more.
It's gonna get worse every time.
More. Keep going.
Oh, Bones by Karma. That's actually a pretty bad one.
We might swap that down to our
second upgrade on it now.
Okay, swap that there. So, how you feeling? Are you feeling? We lost 40 max HP permanently across the board. Do you want to keep going?
Do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Stop upgrading the Warlock!
No, it's fine. Go again.
Oh, gosh. Whoop! That's the final upgrade on the Wall Mage there.
Oh, that's pretty good.
There's literally 3 places it can... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 different places it can go. It can hit the Warlock again. It can hit the Juggernaut for a Brute Force, so we don't really care about increasing that much. It hits the Cleric. There's one good result on the Cleric, the Bless. Smite's not huge.
That's Smite.
Do you want to do it again?
We should do it again.
We should do it again. Oh, there goes Smite.
That's incredible.
I think it's now time to leave.
We can leave. But you could do it one more time.
Of course. The Juggernaut got more damage.
How much HP did we just lose?
It's about 150.
Was it 17 to 5? It was 8 times 5 is 40 for the one, and then 17 times 5 was 85, so 125 max HP, permanent loss.
That's okay, fine, we didn't need that.
No.
Lost Merchant. The heroes discover a confused merchant. I don't belong here. He's just
Neither do we.
Well, let's have a look at the new items here, just in case, though.
Sure.
Crystalline Protector, 15 starting MP, 5 defense. At the start of combat, gain 250 shield. Holy Charm, 100 HP. Healing received is increased by 15%. Necrophage, plus 10 starting MP, plus 5 attack. Your attacks apply leech to the target. Tundra Talisman, we've seen prior. Warlord's Burden, at the start of the combat, take piercing. We've seen that one prior as well. No, we've seen something similar to this. It's piercing damage equal to 50% of your max HP. Gain 20 attack and 15 speed. The upgrades to that being 40 and 30%.
Great on the Berserker, who has heal to heal that off, but is frequently not tanking. Put that in the Berserker, give them instant scaling. That's nice.
It would do Ragnarok. Every 6 times you attack, deal 250 attack damage to all enemies and apply a burn for 250% your attack damage. That's unique as well. We see a Holy Water, all heroes gain Divine for 2.5 seconds. That's incredible. Whoa, that's a legendary potion.
Huge. That's the first one we've seen, I think.
It definitely is.
Farewell, Merchant.
Would just be more damage. Bye-bye, bud.
More events.
I need to go to another merchant there.
We lost so much max HP. Oh, man.
Would you like to take this?
Yeah. Fool's Gold. The heroes spot a doorway with the door hanging from one hinge. A warm glow bathes the heroes as they approach. The room is swimming in gold pieces, seemingly expelled from the absent chests. As the heroes reach for the gold, it recoils and sizzles along the floor. It appears bagging any substantial amount of gold will incur great harm to the heroes. What's our next fight? Is it the boss?
Event boss.
We could... What are the odds that we can take this big scoop? Not the collect all. Collect all seems like... Surely at this point our health is valuable.
I imagine big scoop we may not have another fight before the boss.
Well,
or at least we're not guaranteed another fight before the boss.
Is there one?
Yeah, we can guarantee one by going up to that normal battle. Although...
We've got the morale even if we lose it. You know?
It's true.
Lose it for 135 gold.
And then we're relying on this asking us for gold, this event?
I guess so, right? Because, well, we'll see. Like, is this actually the end? Or will there be a carry through? I have no idea.
This feels final to me.
Well, then we'll take a safe scoop and we'll be on our way.
I think I'm down with a safe scoopy.
Okay. Then that means all events.
Yeah,
Only events.
Let's do it.
Safe scoopy.
No good deed. A man in priest's garbs suddenly bursts out of a nearby door. Priest. Finally! I knew someone would come for me. I never lost faith. Please, if you guide me to safety, I'll lend you the treasure which kept me from harm. Two heroes are doomed next combat. I believe that's -20 to this defense.
Oh, yike. Okay.
Veil of Holy Mother, lose 8 morale. That's a lot of morale lost right there.
It's getting us pretty close to the bottom.
All heroes gain 5% speed next combat, which is probably going to be the boss.
What's Veil of the Holy Mother? Is that the potion that's 3 divine for the whole team?
I think it might have been, actually. 2.5 seconds of divine for the entire team. We have no potions. Maybe we lose the morale.
Is the literally next place
no,
is the
it's
boss?
an item. Gain hidden. At the start of combat, gain divine for 10 seconds. Losing hidden removes divine. Unique.
Whoa.
Is that anything?
A hidden cleric is good. We don't want the cleric to die. That's certain.
I guess
We
it really
can't replace
depends
any
on
of the
who the
items
enemy is
on our-
attacking.
Yeah.
The heroes
Interesting.
explained that there isn't anywhere safe in the entire realm right now, and that to defeat the evil, they will need the item he holds. The priest hands over the cloth he was clutching before taking hold of his holy symbol and retreating back into the door.
An interstellar cellar. A paper-thin pitch black window materializes in front of the heroes, stopping them in their tracks. Something from the other side begins to speak in an alien tongue, cycling through various languages before reaching one the heroes are familiar with. Voice. Enchantments for battle. Trade is mandatory. We don't have the gold, no. Oh man. Upgrade all items. Well, 5 revenge. This is so interesting.
Many of our items.
We can offer all of our gold, which is too much. We can't do it. We can lose 14 attack and 14% speed permanently to upgrade all items. No. We can lose 48 max HP and 11 defense permanently to upgrade all items. Frankly, no. We upgraded all of our items already.
Exactly.
I mean, like, actually, there are some substantial upgrades, though. There are.
There's the extra upgrade on the Brain Sage. There's, like, a lot of these we would have upgraded given a little bit more time.
Yeah, we get
don't
1,
even
2,
know what
3,
this is.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 upgrades out of this.
Maiden's Mirror really wants an upgrade too.
But, like, what are we going to give up? The 14 attack is funny because it just offsets the 15 attack that we got in the previous event. 14
Yeah,
speed
right?
is a lot.
14 speed is a lot. but most of our damage is magical.
An interesting consideration is that losing defense will be offset by upgrading defensive items.
On some of the characters. It won't on the Wild Mage, it won't on the Juggernaut.
Right.
I'm honestly kind of more leaning on the side of the offer power, right? Because so it feels like this is very much save the Wild Mage, literally just keep them alive, defend them with as many bodies as need to pile up in front of the Wild Mage before they kill the enemy, before they summon a meteor from the skies to ruin their life. And this is anti that. This doesn't have a huge impact on that.
And upgrading the bow is plus speed, isn't it?
Yeah. That'll offset itself for 10% speed on the...
Which is the only other unit where we care about speed.
Yep.
So maybe it's okay. Power. That makes me wonder then, once we do this, are we swapping the gauntlet or the mana gloves onto our Berserker? Let's see what the upgrades are. 2 pure white arms with long black nails extend from the breach to take payment. After the entity retracts back beyond the veil, the window rises and bursts into an energy that washes over the party. We're very upgraded here.
Mm-hmm. So, I see your point, but the Reverie Totem, do we agree that the Berserker needs to hold the Reverie Totem?
Yes. Okay. Yes. And so
the
question
Rod of Casting is your first 10 attacks grant 6 MP, and then the Starry Songbird is the 30 starting MP, and then your active ability increases your speed by 20%. So in my mind, these end up giving the Berserker more speed than ultimately the Lich's Rhaps will.
The Lich Rhaps would, yeah. How's our Cleric build looking now? What's the upgraded Divine?
Just doubles the amount of time you're Divine for. The Maiden's Mirror doubles the amount you heal with, and the Brain Sage got the extra 50 HP, as well as the extra 100 HP on the healing.
That's pretty sweet. This is cool.
Go into the final boss battle.
Is very strong. We're certainly minus about 1 million HP, but that's okay.
Give or take most of it. Yeah. Hydra.
Whew.
They have a fast attack speed, DPS 200, multiple heads. Upon falling in battle, heal to max HP, remove all of your status effects, and reduce the number of effects your active ability applies. Activates 4 times.
So this boss is like anti-dot based technology, because you have to kill it 5 times.
But they're not anti my character just gets ridiculously strong.
That's right. As long as we live long enough, that's right. Yeah.
Breathe Weapon, deal 200% attack damage to your target and apply Leech. Apply Poison, Frost, Stun, and Burn, randomly divided among your target and any adjacent enemies. Active ability.
Maybe we put the Necro down there to help spread it out.
So something like that?
I guess. It's my best guess.
I'm not against it.
Okay.
We have no potions, so if we hit auto battle, we're now watching to see what happens.
Hands off the wheel, baby.
Hands off the wheel.
Cautiously optimistic. Well, we're fast. We're very fast. The enemy is not fast.
Enemy did their multiple heads. They did multiple heads again. They did multiple heads again. They did multiple heads one more time.
Wild Mage damage. Holy crap.
Screw you. What is... All right, that's probably the penultimate boss here then. We get an ability orb. We get a mighty ability orb as well. I mean, you know, this can be held by Juggernaut. It can be held by Warlock. Let's see what it would do on each. Just increases the damage. This is more healing. So I guess maybe the Warlock wants to hold that.
Sure.
And then the ability orb maybe on the Cleric, who would now gain more shields by doing it. Because literally no one else can even hold it. So
seems great.
That there. Dwarven Cocktail. All enemies take 225 piercing damage. Haldanir's Cursed Blade. You heal for 50% of your attack and active ability damage. Unique.
Okay.
Godbreaker. Your attacks deal an additional 20 piercing damage to your target and any adjacent allies. Enemies, rather, sorry. Any enemies damaged by this item have a 20% chance to be stunned for a second. And finally, the Helm of the Mad King. Attackers increase your attack by 4 and speed by 4.
Interesting. Wait, what did the first thing do?
It's you heal for 50% of your attack and your active ability damage.
When
you do it.
Oh, it's just anytime you attack and anytime you... Oh, wow. Oh, that's a very substantial healing effect.
It is.
Why does it say it's cursed?
Only Keldon it. So, I imagine that's just the flavor for it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's the item that I would pick if I just wanted to have an item available to maybe do something strong. Although there's AoE in the middle one, isn't there?
There is some AoE in this, yeah. Your attacks deal additional 20 piercing damage to your target and all adjacent enemies.
Yeah, it could be pretty absurd too. I don't know. I thought the game was done.
I thought the game was done as well. This
is going to be the world's coolest, longest Rhaps Teak Take a Peek episode ever. 6 hours of this game today.
There's not too many places I can track in my mind, because I did look across and see the length of the episode. There's not too many places in my mind where I can cut this in half, because it's the middle of the run. So
it's gonna be a 3-act. Yeah, honestly, that's a testament to how cool it's been, because I am fully ready for a Rhaps Teak Take a Peek to where we get like 1 act into a 3-act game and we're like, okay, that was fun.
Yep.
But this is just, I couldn't stop if I wanted to. I can't.
I think, especially, like, should that end up happening in our future, that is going to kind of demonstrate that the rest of the games we clearly had a deep, abiding interest in, because there will be some that we're like, I don't really care to learn.
It's not that it's bad, it's just I don't need to keep going. I can make a 1-hour episode today. Exactly.
The time has come, heroes. We must enter the vessel.
Okay.
What is this?
What's this? It was created after the corruption, a physical amalgamation of corrupted Revka energy. It allows them to travel between realms.
Wait, sorry, why was it made?
I do not know. However, I can say this is where the fragments they search for originated, and of course, you all as well.
Us?
Do you not question why you traveled to the tavern in the forest? Why you left your homelands in the first place? I called out to you all, uniting us against the coming evil.
Why us?
You are the fallen fragments the evil searches for. Disconnected from the hive mind, you prospered, absorbing the knowledge and strength of your respective homelands. Some of you even molded in the shape of folklore and legend.
How do you know?
I know this because I guided your falling bodies to this realm myself. I knew of the corruption and that I wasn't going to defeat it alone.
Let's make haste.
Take this boon for the task ahead. The rest of my strength I must save in order to remove the corruption once you have made it vulnerable. The final fight is upon us. Hey, we got our stuff back.
Healing. Everyone has healing 100 HP for every 2 seconds, 30 attack, and 250 max HP.
It's back.
Hell,
video game.
Yeah.
It was very kind of you.
Now we need to have an event where we can trade it away.
Oh my.
Oh no, apparently we're going to go into a fight. Corrupted Avatar. They are dormant. They have gained hidden, and they are divine whilst hidden. They cannot perform attacks. However, they do deal 100% attack damage to all enemies, reduces enemies' max HP, and gains shields for the damage dealt. It's an active ability. The writhing limbs directly in front all appear to have the same stat line. They are connected. Splits all damage amongst all other writhing limbs. Passive ability deals 150% attack damage to your target and an enemy directly behind or in front of them. Apply 2 leech to enemies hit.
Okay. So how are we fixing this? The divine can't take damage, so the cleric is actually safe, at least for a little bit. Do we actually do that? Yeah. Because, like, the berserker can die. The wild mage cannot die. We will not win if the wild mage dies. That's the only lose condition that I can see.
Agreed. We do have a Dwarven cocktail, so we have the ability to throw out 225 to
Which is
all
probably
enemies.
Worth, right?
It may be worth just popping that at the very start of the fight, right? Because as soon as we get past these and want to focus on the corrupted avatar. Also, like 225 piercing to all enemies. The damage is split amongst these enemies, but I imagine if I target all of them at the same time, they keep it all.
It's still going to be 225. Yeah.
All right, and that becomes begin that auto battle.
It's go time. Good luck, us. Oh, it's a big hits. Oh boy, I'm glad we put the Berserker there, because they're going to die. But they're going to save us by dying.
It looks like they are.
Oh, they lived! They healed!
Yep.
Phase 2?
Astronarch, I thank you for everything you have done and have yet to do. The corruption will need an anchor to be separated from the seed energy. I will be that anchor. If we succeed, tell them our old one still lives, but is in great danger. Farewell, my heroes, and good luck.
More battle?
Yeah.
Phase 2 battle.
Had
The
to
Corrupted
be.
Oracle? Ooh, a classic trope.
We get our same
Betrayed.
character back. Would you like to read this one?
Sure. 10,000 HP on this one. With passive ability Turmoil, each time 10% of your HP is lost, gain 10 negate and apply 1 revenge to all enemies. Revenge, again, is you take damage equal to 10% of any attack and active ability damage you deal, which will cause the Wild Mage to implode. Fated. Equalize the HP of all enemies, ignoring summons. Deal 50% attack damage and 50% piercing attack damage to all enemies, then remove all shield and 2 random positive effects from each enemy. Yike. I think that we need to put the Wild Mage in the same area with the Cleric. That seems important to me. We have passive healing on the others, so that'll be okay. And Cross of the Finger. I think we might be able to outpace this. The Revenge is spooky, though.
Do we put that there?
For...
Oh, no, we don't want it taking the attacks. It's just, I don't want the attacks to overflow once the Juggernaut dies to the Wild Mage.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. Assuming that they die.
Assume.
Yeah. Okay. And then Berserker just hangs out, does their thing. They've got self-healing anyway. This'll work. Or it won't. Or we'll die.
Or it won't. Maybe it won't as well, actually.
We're gonna see. Wild Mage did 9,000 damage in the previous fight, so we certainly have the deeps.
The Wild Mage is wild.
Can confirm. Have seen. And we're clearing some of these, like, maybe we're clearing the revenge effects. Look at the Juggernaut!
It looks like
He's
it.
such a beast! Oh my gosh, the damage! Oh god, the revenge! Help, quick! Please, no!
The Wild Mage just
We
died.
might still win. We've got... The Berserker is not a joke. And this is what we said earlier. We need the Berserker to be
Berserker's
real.
not a joke unless they die.
And then they are a dead joke. I think we're gonna win. Let's go, Rhapsody.
Oh.
Look at that. The Wild Mage just pole vaulted themselves into the sun. I mean, directly into the sun. And then the rest of our team was like, good thing you upgraded brute force. You know, you didn't know that you'd need it, but you did.
No kidding. I always love in a circumstance like this where there is something that you can point back to earlier on. Specifically, it was you saying, I mean, okay, but if the Wild Mage dies, we're going to need some damage still. We're going to want the Berserker a little bit upgraded. We're going to want the Berserker to hold a better item. Maybe we upgrade all items here, specifically instead of going for the 50 max HP so that they have better items. And
Boom.
damned if that didn't immediately prove itself valuable.
It did pay off. It did pay off. It was close.
Oh.
Although they were healing well there, actually, this team was sustaining pretty well. It almost seems like that enemy was specifically against the one glass cannon build, you know? Because they basically said, if a single target does too much damage to me, they'll die. So just beware.
Definitely seemed like that. Although there are ways to negate that because it was the revenge that was doing that to you. So if you had negate effects like that, or consistently gaining negate effects, or purging effects, which the Cleric was doing a little bit of, that could have also significantly assisted us. That
GG.
That gives us a stat screen showing 4 hours almost exactly the playtime.
Ridiculous. But there was a lot to read. You know, this was how my first Griftlands run took me like 10 hours or something, right? Or 12 hours. And games that have a lot of text, a lot of dialogue, the events in this game are fairly dialogue heavy. So a combination of lots of systems to unpack plus lots of events to read through, but just delightful. I think you could play a run of this in an hour.
Yeah, but also add in the Rhaps Teak modifier that takes it to 200% of whatever it was going to take.
Right, exactly.
Teak!
Rhaps. GG.
Would you have... GG, first. That's a very good thing to front. Do you have any particular takeaways here in terms of, like, some crystalline things you feel like you learned over the course of that run? Maybe like 2, if you have like 2 most important ones. I'll try and think of them in parallel.
I still feel that one of the things was one of the most important, which is that upgrades are very important, and in particular, green items are end-game viable and maybe even required, but they also need upgrades. Because they're going to be mostly like pure stats, right? And so while a shield or a armor that says 22 defense is not that impressive in the end game, 66 or 88 is. Versus a legendary item, you can often just run for its unique effect. So that was the first big thing. I said that already, but I feel doubly reassured on that, having seen the end game, that upgrades are a big part of making the build work. It certainly seems that at least at this corruption level, the best way to win is to get and stay ahead. And so just like Spire, you know, making sure that you have a really solid damage strategy and then taking on elites is a winning line. We didn't have trouble with a single elite for the whole run. Actually, our only death was in a regular fight. And so those fights you can race. And so making sure that you are building a really, really solid damaging core, offensive core, seems paramount to me.
I would agree with each. I would offer that similar to a kind of process that I went to back when I started playing Monster Train. I ended up having 50 runs or something, 50 maybe hours, maybe something like that, in the game. And then after that, I got to the point where I was like, okay, so occasionally I'll randomly die. Just like I'll feel like I'm strong, I'll get to something, and then boom, I'm dead. So I need to keep note of the things that are killing me, and then find a way to build around them in each of my builds, right? And then that came down to needing to have scaling damage or scaling defense for the sake of the end, needing to have some sort of sweet possibility for a floor, needing to have the ability to get through 2 enemies that have 190 HP at the very start, you know, those kinds of things, right? It built into that general idea, and multiple different ways of accomplishing those. Like, I don't have to sweep if I have a bunch of spikes on my frontliner, things like that. In here, I feel like if you went from basically our final fight back to the start and just noted the things that looked like they were the gimmick of that fight and looked like they were very likely to be deadly, or especially in higher corruption levels, more likely to kill a run. I feel like if you noted those and then had like a complete list of, okay, I need to be able to negate or prevent or out-heal DOTs of a significant degree. I secondarily need to be able to deal with the fact that our characters are sometimes going to be displaced. So our tank might be non-adjacent to other units.
Or that there will be global damage.
Yes, and there's area of effects that you have to worry about as well. I think you would be able to come up with a list maybe of 5 to 10 quite concise things that you would then be able to start a build with and go, okay, these 3 heroes have some way of accounting for these. I'm going to have to find these through my item set. I'm going to have to find these through my relics. Actually, okay, the last one is that this game, events are wild.
Yes.
Events
They
are
really
truly, and
They
especially
really
towards the
are.
late game, truly transformative to your run.
And you might just get a merchant, but you could also get like a totally change your stat line, like ridiculous. And effectively get a new item slot is what happened. We were talking about getting a new item slot, but that's a new item slot.
Yeah, exactly. If you've just got this permanent effect on top of them, I would look at that and I would go, the 50% of damage that was straight up being negated by the vampire armor contributed heavily to our success there.
Yes.
If that Berserker went down, what was going to happen to us? Sorry, Berserker. I keep saying Berserker.
The Juggernaut. Well, you know, the tomato...
tomato
rocket
Juggernaut.
Ship. Yeah, tomato Juggernaut.
So yes, those would be the two that I would clarify down to. That events, whilst extremely variable, have the ability to give you those giant boosts.
Do you think that the events were... It's only one run, so it's impossible to say, right? But did it feel like the average value of an event was higher than a regular fight? Or just that the variance and ceiling were higher?
The variance and ceiling were higher.
Certainly.
Definitely agree with that. I think, were we to have... Maybe there's like some sort of shorthand you could use. Like if I have 75 plus gold, or, you know, obviously higher as you go later into the game. If I have this amount of gold, I will go to question marks a little bit more. If I don't have that amount of gold, I'll go to fights more. Because fights are an easy way to gain money. You get the fight money at the end of the fight, and then you get possibly more money when you sell the item. Morale as well.
And that's where you get morale,
and then you have the counter to that is going into a event space, and it is a merchant, or it is an event that asks for some investment to gamble more or something like that, and not having the ability to pay that, reducing your the variability in the cap on that, and making it more in line, at which point suddenly it feels like a normal fight might give you more benefits.
Yeah. You know what I'm wondering too is I think I really like these takeaways, by the way. Thank you for asking to do that. Yours are spot on. The events in this game are particularly 100%.
I will tell you, just before you go to your previous point, I straight up stole that from you last episode in the Despots game.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, I like doing these reflections. I mean, that's part of the point, right? It's not just to click the cards, play the game. It's like anyone can play the game. It's to discover. I think that we are having our opinions biased heavily by the fact that we both got minus 15% merchant cost and plus 10% gold. We had a very money-heavy run, which allowed us to do some very merchant-intensive things and very upgrade-intensive things because our purchase power was so much higher than it might have been. And so I do wonder, particularly with different bonuses or with higher corruption, if it will get hard to do that many upgrades. And then a big thing I considered is, do you always get that event at the end? Because if it's a very common event to get upgrade all, you might not want to go to level 2 on anything. You know, if you can survive it, you can get a free 12x upgrade or whatever. What's 3 items? No, 15. Yeah, 5 units. That's crazy. That's wild.
If that is reliably always there, that starts to feel a little worse in my mind, exclusively for the reason that it disincentivizes using the design space that exists of upgrading something 2 times earlier.
It's probably rare, right? It's probably one of many events in Act 3.
Yeah, it might be. There might be even just like multiple different versions of that event that can come up with just different options, right? Like all characters gain plus 10 attack, but you die instantly, which I wouldn't take. that seems low value.
I'm not sure that one wins the run very often, you know. Yeah.
Maybe if you have some sort of a kind of like Destiny Bond build.
This game was sweet. People have been asking me on stream, you know, are you trying to keep the Take a Peek games separate from stream and other content? And my answer has been universally no. I would love to discover games through this series that are so good that I make time to add them in, and that's the biggest concern. They've been 100% hits so far. Every game has been great. Like everyone has been hard to stop. But I am gonna have trouble not doing a couple runs of this game because I really want to see how different it looks, you know, with a different set of characters or with different events. So
I couldn't agree more. I'm in the weird position of like, I know what my next couple starting daily series are, and I think I got about 1.5 hours into this run before I was like, God, I wish I had another slot.
I'm not sleeping tonight.
That's fine. Who needs sleep anyway? It's a Saturday. Well,
GG Rhaps.
GG Teak. I'm gonna quickly say that there are the links in the description down below to Teak's channel, both here on YouTube and over on Twitch, where you can subscribe.
Event
and
this
follow.
week.
There's an event. Oh yes. Would you tell us a little bit about the upcoming atmospheric game stream?
So I'm doing an event which, and you know, people tuning in from all around the world. So it's Friday night for me, which means that for some people it'll be Saturday morning or even midday. But this coming Friday night on my stream at twitch.tv/sneakyteak, when I'm usually recording with Rhaps, we moved our session. I'm going to do a kind of long considered and planned atmospheric game stream day. I've got a list of on the order of a dozen games, and I'm not sure exactly which I'll do. It's kind of, in a way, it's almost self-defeating to try to have a super chill stream that I also have to get through 12 games, but it's part of the point. With a heavy focus on games that have, in my opinion, a really beautiful, thoughtfully crafted sound and visual design that's fairly minimal. So no JRPG, no massive menuing. Games like Osmos or Ethereal that have a focus on presentation without overburdening the player with lots of details. And I'm going to have no camera, and I'm going to have just the microphone on the most like jazzy late night tone that I can get. And we're just going to enjoy kind of exploring these really beautiful games. Combination of like puzzlers and adventure games and just kind of visual experiences. So I think it'll be a really cool stream and a nice kind of end of the week as people get out of work mode.
I think it'll be really cool as well. I can give no higher commendation than I'm also, weirdly, during that time free. So I'm probably going to be watching a large amount of the atmospheric game stream.
That's so weird.
Your
schedule is busy. How did you do that?
It definitely is a little. Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Is it on the 25th?
26th, Friday.
Okay, I actually may be working. I'll catch as much as I can. But from Teak and I here, hopefully you've been enjoying yourselves. The game's name has been Astronarch. There is a link in the description down below to the Steam store page for it, as well as I believe this game is available on Nexus. So my own Nexus store will be linked in the description down below if you'd like to get a Steam key for the game, as well as support the channel. There's a way to do that there. Hopefully you've been enjoying yourselves, and hopefully we'll see you next time.